Our session of hearings for today, Thursday. So I welcome the committee members, the witnesses, and the public who's following through YouTube. This morning, we're going to start with Senate Bill 37 and then go to Senate Bill 4, Senate Bill 6, Senate Bill 10, Senate Bill 29, and then we'll proceed from there. I can't tell you and guarantee how many of these we'll get through before 12:30. We do expect a break on or around 12:30 and then reconvene at 1:30. That being said, Senator Carter, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Pinsky and members of the committee. Can you hear me? Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here. Hopefully bringing you a bill that we can all embrace, because I really think that it's fundamental to just improving our democratic process, our voting, our access to ballot. So this bill is intended to increase voter accessibility to participation through electronic signature collection, in addition to in-person signature collection. Maryland law currently allows citizens to introduce independent candidates for office and questions for referendum on the ballot if advocates collect enough signatures to support the ballot deadline, before the deadline. But because of the pandemic, the State Board of Elections created a rule that allowed for electronic signatures. This proved to be something that should be extended and made permanent, because what was discovered is that a lot of the impediments to ballot petitions that existed before this were actually solved by this electronic signature collection. One of which is the fact that many signatures are often made and rendered ineligible because they're not legible. I'd also like to just point out that in addition to this, because this has been tried through the pandemic, security measures were also needed to be taken. And so I know that one of the concerns might be, well, electronic ballots, it's something new, petitions, it's something new. Is there some danger that we would risk the security? And I know that there is someone, Jarrett DeMarinis from the State Board of Elections, who could probably speak to that, because they've had to already put in place security measures. And so ultimately, I'm asking that we give strong consideration and favorable consideration to this bill, because I believe that you should simply extend the rule that was created during the pandemic to allow for ballot petitions to be done with electronic signatures and not merely in-person signatures. We saw from the pandemic that people were not able to get out as much, and it was really difficult for anyone to petition for an independent candidate, for a ballot initiative, for a referendum to get there. But the electronic signatures actually made it possible. And there were a couple of successful stories that happened because of the electronic signatures. So with that, I'll be quiet. Take questions, but also happy to have my panel speak.
Senator, if you don't mind, I'd like to get through your panel if you can stay for a little while and hold questions. Are you available?
Yes.
Okay. I believe your lead proponent is Councilman Ryan Dorsey from the Baltimore City Council.
Okay, now, let me see, I gotta move, see if I gotta mute that. Oh, no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, Senator Carter, for putting this bill forth. It's a privilege to be able to testify before you today in support of SB 37. Collecting petitions for a charter amendment is a pretty difficult process. A person or group circulating a petition has to be in the same place at the same time as other people who actually want to sign that petition. Anyone who knows this, who has done this, knows that there are people who want to sign a petition for one reason or another, but may not be in the exact same place as a petitioner at the same time. And they also know that even if they are in the same place at the same time, feet apart from one another, there's a pretty good chance that they won't connect. The most successful experience that I've had was collecting signatures for Baltimore's Affordable Housing Trust Fund at Artscape. There, because I came equipped to juggle like multiple clipboards, 3 or 4, I think, and pens that please nobody had better walk away with. The fact that it happens to be the largest free arts festival in the country, completely swarming with people for 3 full days, many of whom will pass you 2, 3, 4, or more times, significantly increases the rate of return you get on your effort. I spent about 6 hours there one day and walked away with about 100 signatures. And that's about as good as it gets. Artscape attracts about 300,000 people, and my rate of return is about 16 of those 300,000 people per hour. That's a best case scenario. On the other hand, I spent 3 hours knocking doors in the most densely populated neighborhood in my district, and with households that are very voter rich households, and I walked away after 3 hours with just 5 signatures. And this is a neighborhood that I'm very familiar with. Signing a petition at a farmer's market, you run into, or anywhere else, you also run into other challenges. A person is writing their name perhaps illegibly, and you just wasted your time because that's not going to be able to count because nobody's going to be able to verify that. People might not even remember exactly the way that their name is written on their voter card. There are lots of opportunities for any signature that you get, even from somebody who should qualify, to end up becoming disqualified. So I think, it's really imperative that we expand the method of collecting signatures to allow people to use a website, because it makes it easier for petitioners and makes this process in line with many other state processes that people can do online or in person. I think it's really important for us to recognize that while it took COVID-19 to bring about this option through the Board of Elections, that this is one of the many things that we can look at as something that we probably should have already been doing, and we should not squander the opportunity to learn this lesson and take it forward for the future. As a council person who's invested in good government and civic engagement, I really support this as a fairly common sense reform that's in line with our value of making it easier for people to participate civically, and in paving the way for the future that they believe they deserve.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Let's go to Joanne Antoine, please. Ms. Antoine.
Yes, good morning, Chair Pinsky, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Joanne Antoine, Executive Director of Common Cause Maryland, testifying in support of SB 37, which really just aims to codify the temporary regulations that were adopted by the state board during the 2020 election. I know that I have a limited time, so I don't want to be too repetitive, but all this bill really aims to do is move us into the 21st century, right? We have access to technology right at our fingertips, the same way that we're online right now. And we should be looking at technology as a means for increasing overall engagement in the democratic process here in the state. I would say these changes, which I believe the state board may have just extended at their previous board meeting last month, creates greater access to all Marylanders. When we look at people on a day-to-day, a lot of Marylanders are confined to their homes for a number of reasons. People have irregular schedules, and so forth. And we should be looking at ways that provide them with greater access to participating in the petition process. You know, I would also just say that this creates greater ease for election officials, right? A lot of times they are left trying to, you know, figure out what this petition says because the person is writing it by hand. And now they have a spreadsheet with everything that they are able to use in order to verify that petition signer is in fact a resident of Maryland. So, you know, I think the committee has a responsibility to work towards creating greater public engagement here in the state. And this bill just aims to do just that. So I hope that you all will build on what the state board has already done and move forward with passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Next, we have Suchitra Balachandran.
Thank you, Chairman Pinsky and members of the committee. My name is Suchitra Balachandran. I live in College Park. I'm on the board of Our Revolution Maryland and on the steering committee of Our Revolution Prince George's. And you've already received my written testimony. I won't repeat any of that. I would take just a second to thank the State Board of Elections for their very expeditiously instituting this policy just 6 weeks after the state of emergency was declared. I think it says a lot to the consciousness that we have in the state for the legal rights of citizens and voting rights in general. What I want to do is to share my own experience on an attempt by local activists in Prince George's to place a charter amendment question on the ballot. The charter amendment question was, it originated with a group of citizens in the south of the county, and they drove the effort, which started around August or so of 2019, and basically took off during the municipal elections in November of 2019, when groups of activists gathered signatures at the municipal polls, and continued a bit into December. And then the plan was to resume signature collection in the spring, but of course everything came to a grinding halt in the spring with the state of emergency, and it was not possible to stick to the original plan to collect signatures in person. It did take the group of activists a while to learn that the state board had instituted the policy to collect signatures because everybody's not plugged into what the state board is doing. And so I think the group didn't find out until about May of 2020. And then they had to find some help to get an online signature platform for the collection that had already been approved by the state board. And so collection resumed around the end of May. So from May to early August, the group collected electronic signatures. The in-person petition gathering yielded about 2,500 signatures in the fall. And the online signature gathering yielded about the same number. So the group was only able to collect about 5,000 signatures by the time the deadline came in early August to submit the signatures to be placed on the ballot in November. So the group did not succeed in gathering sufficient signatures to place it on the ballot. So I would not say that gathering signatures electronically is a breeze compared to gathering signatures in person. It takes a different level of type of engagement and outreach. And I think your in-person advocacy when you speak to a person is different from just presenting them with something written on paper, on an electronic medium and saying, sign this. So my own feeling is that both are good, and we should definitely allow for both processes of signature gathering, because it should not require a person to run into another person holding a clipboard in order to exercise his right to place a question on the ballot.
Thank you.
I will end my testimony. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our oral testimony. So let's open it up to questions for the proponents. I think we'll begin with Senator Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan, talk about grassroots work. Congratulations on that signature effort. But I had a question for you. The petition to put an issue on the ballot, the petition has to be approved by the Board of Elections before you start getting signatures. Is that accurate, Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you get the signature in the field, then it has to go back to be verified by the Board of Elections.
Yes.
Okay. Is there been any discussion in your groups about using the same signature verification electronically in moving it over to the election process, either primary or general?
I'm not sure that I understand the question, but I think this is a very technical question that is probably left for better for somebody else, perhaps Joanne Antoine.
I was going to
Okay,
say,
so I'm not worried about the technical side. I'm talking about the policy side. Should signature verification be made part of our election process? If it's been successful with the ballot petitions, should we also move it to the election side in terms of policy, not how it's done, but is that a good idea?
Senator, I would prefer to defer to Joanne Antoine on this one.
That's fine.
I would say Common Cause, for the record, wouldn't support moving towards voter or signature verification. We don't currently use that process in our mail voting, our mail-in voting process. We don't believe it's necessary here in the petition process either. I do believe that as the state moves towards a vote by mail process, that will be a necessary conversation, because more Marylanders will be then voting by mail. But in this instance, no.
We did have 49% of our statewide voters vote by mail. I think it's a very appropriate discussion, and I just put it out for the committee to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Washington.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for this, and thank you, Senator Carter, for this bill. I guess I have a couple questions. One is that I'm thinking about the similarities between voting and expanding access to voting, which is an individual right, and petitioning being something that's not quite that. So I just want to position that I do think that these are two different exercises. And one of the questions, maybe Senator Carter, I want to ask you first, is about part of the petition process and the face-to-face is being able to individually ask a person, do you agree with this change? We're making for a change, or you want this exception. So how do we, through the digital process, ensure that the individual is really consenting and that they know fully what they're signing up? So if I'm knocking on a door and I'm talking to them, there's an opportunity for them to actually see it. Have we contemplated a way, if we're going to switch to electronic signatures, how we ensure this one-to-one connection? This is a real question, not rhetorical.
I understand the question. So I actually think the best person to answer the question might actually be Jared. And the reason that I say that is, with the process that's already been in place because of the rule change to allow for the electronic signatures, my understanding of the process is that some people aren't just going to a website and signing up. They're actually receiving the solicitation that's been approved by the Board of Elections. And before they would enter in any electronic signature, they'd be fully apprised of what's going on. I can't answer you any better than that. I mean, they wouldn't be there physically with you one-on-one, but I would presume that we wouldn't, go around putting our electronic signatures on something that we didn't know what was going on. But I think Jared,
you get what I'm trying to, the difference, the distinction
Okay.
that I'm making between the two processes.
actually, so can I say another side of it is that I actually,
Jared is on the call.
Okay, great.
Information purposes. If
Yep.
you,
I was just going to say that
Jared.
final statement, I think it takes out of the equation any potential for coercion or pressure that people might feel like, I don't really want to sign this, but because Senator Washington asked me, I feel like I have to. So I think that's a benefit maybe.
Thanks for that. Yeah. Jared, yeah.
Mr. Demarinis, you want to add anything?
Sure. Jared Demarinis, Director of Candidacy and Campaign Finance, for the record. Senator, yes, we made sure we took screenshots when we were approving the electronic signatures with the petitioners to see the process from start to finish, to make sure that individuals know exactly what they're signing and when what their legal rights are when they sign the petition at the end of the process, so that there is an affirmative action by the signer understanding what they're signing. Additionally, all the other requirements, such as the petition language and the summary of whatever the bill would be, that's all available on the website or whatever portal that the sponsor uses for the collection of the signatures there. So all that is on there, and we looked at it step by step so that it wasn't a person that would just be like, oh, I just clicked a box and I didn't know what I was doing here.
Right.
We made sure that there was some sort of an affirmative action by the signer in the system. So it's, whether they have to type their full name in after reading a paragraph there and checking a box, I've read this, and then move forward with it. And so, we went there and looked at the available technology and making sure that, it was, as much flexibility, but with the, I would say, security, and also make sure that there's some protocols necessary in place for, that these are people actually signing that, the petitions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Chairman. Just had one quick clarifying question. This could be for Mr. Demarinis. So with current practice, we don't actually confirm the signatures, right? We don't verify, we don't compare signatures from what's signed to what's on record. All we do is compare the information that's included as that part of that makes sure that it matches the voting record of that individual, right? We don't actually check against anything.
Senator, that is correct, right? We don't compare signatures to see, right? It's just to make sure all the information is in there and that it was signed by the individual.
Right. So the only purpose of the signature currently is to just make sure that they were signed. It was signed, right?
Right. Rather than having someone just fill in your name and address, that it's then signed by that individual.
Okay.
And it's under state law as well. So yes.
Yeah, I have a question, and I'm not sure for whom. First of all, this would cover statewide referenda, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me give a hypothetical. I support an issue being taken before the public, reviewing action by the legislature. I buy the list of all registered voters. I buy the software, and I send out to 3 million people the ballot language and a place for affirmative action by the individual, and some introduction of why people should sign the petition and vote against a certain action or vote for a certain action, which could be truths, could be half truths, could be anything else, like any kind of TV advertisement, which stretches the imagination. So could that happen?
Yes. I mean, a person could buy the list for us because that's electoral purpose, and then get all the registered voters and subsequently go outside and get emails from them, from an outside vendor, and then email those individuals the petition page and to ask for their signatures off of that. Yes.
With additional advocacy in the email.
Yes. Just like it would be as if that person talked to 3 million people right then and there.
Right. And I guess taking that data, Senator Carter, does that raise any questions or concerns for you, or is it just something we're in the 21st century we're going to have to adjust to? And I don't have an answer for that myself. I'm just trying to think this through.
I feel that, there's risk already with people being able to obtain lists and send out all kinds of false data. We've seen it already in some prior election cycles. So I don't know that I am hyper concerned about your scenario, but I definitely think that it's something that we need to contemplate and maybe work with the board to ensure against.
Yeah, and I won't prolong this. No, I understand people do this, but now it's associated with convincing them to put a ballot question on the ballot and sign something. That's the linkage is a little different and a little stronger nexus between giving potentially false information and that resulting in getting enough people to put something on a ballot question before the voters. Okay, I see Senator Simon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up on that analogy, Jared, from what I understand, I think maybe it was misspoken, but it was said that the people could add something so they could vote for or not vote for. I believe the petition doesn't vote. It just gives it, if they get enough signatures, then they can put it on the ballot for the general public to vote on. And then the Secretary of State puts on the language for the actual vote. Is that correct?
For statewide, that's for statewide referendums, right? I mean, there's local initiatives as well, but yes, this is not, there's no voting on the petition effort here. It's just to place a question on the ballot.
All right, thank you.
No further questions. That concludes the hearing on that bill. Thank you, Senator Carter and your witnesses.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Senator Edwards. Senator Edwards, thank you for your patience. We have Senator Edwards followed by Dia Daly and Jillian Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator Edwards, District 1 for the record. Senate Bill 4 is one that impacts the Ethics Committee and the work that they do. And it prohibits an official or state employee from retaliating against another person for reporting or participating in an investigation of a violation of Maryland public ethics law. Some witnesses these days are reluctant to cooperate with the Ethics Committee investigations for they're afraid of retaliation from the person that they would be testifying against. So this gives the Ethics Committee and the Ethics Commission the clout, so to speak, to encourage people to participate in the process, and will allow staff of the Ethics Committee to do a more thorough investigation and therefore present more thorough information to the Joint Committee as we look at any of these investigations on acts of ethics that aren't quite appropriate or are appropriate depending on the outcome. But it's just another tool, and this is a request from the staff because they feel they need this to get more participation in the process of investigation. Very simply, that's what it does. There's a House bill also put in by the co-chair of the committee, and it, I believe, is on second reader in the House. I'll try to answer any questions if you have them. If you don't, I'll ask our right-hand person, Dia Daly, to answer them. Because I don't think she has any other comments other than to answer any questions anybody might have.
Okay, if you have a moment, we have one other witness. Obviously, we're always welcoming to Ms. Daly in front of EHE, a longtime friend of the legislature and of mine. If you have anything to add or just answer questions, if not, we can go to Jillian Lord and then take questions if you have a couple of minutes, Senator Edwards. Did you have any formal comments or not?
For the record, Dia Daly, Ethics Counsel to the General Assembly, and I'm just here for informational purposes to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, then let's go to Ms. Lord. Let her testify, then we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jillian Lord, and I'd first like to say that I'm here as a private Maryland citizen and not a state employee. So anything stated in claim begins with "I've been told." There are too many state employees with integrity who have suffered retaliation simply because they tell the truth and refuse to participate in the discriminatory, illegal, and unethical practices of those in their chain of command. An employee's fear of retaliation and loss of employment for reporting or even participating in an investigation is real. Retaliation is commonly practiced within many state agencies, attempt to prevent those in authority from being held accountable for their illegal actions. These methods have had the desired effect of keeping most employees, mainly minorities, silent and submissive, so I've been told. This is why SB 4 is so important. This bill should also help bring accountability and transparency to all areas within every state agency. Supporting SB 4 gives me hope that a delegate, senator, or even our governor will sponsor a bill that protects state employees even more. I propose that the offices of fair practice be standalone independent departments whose entire staff are designated as career-only employees and not hired by an appointing authority. They should be allowed to testify for or against state agencies at EEOC, MCCR, or state hearings. I believe it's time for us to stop allowing perpetrators and victimizers to resign or retire without any type of disciplinary action, and stop transferring them to other state agencies to protect them from facing their victims at one of these hearings. Instead, give the victims justice. Finally, in the words of our late John Lewis, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something. I am. Now I need your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lord. Thank you very much. Is Adiana Britt with us? I don't see you on the screen. She was also in favor. Seeing not,
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes.
make one other comment, please?
Sure, sir.
All of you who are sitting senators there, Dia will be getting a hold of you, Ms. Daly, shortly. You need to talk to her, make sure you do that, and also get your reports in. I think the last day is April 15th or 30th, whatever, but get them in as soon as you can get them in. So if you need to make any additions, corrections, she can help you out with that.
I think that falls under public service announcement. Thank you, Senator Edwards. Questions? Senator Ellis, I believe you have a question for one of the panelists.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, Senator Edwards and co-sponsors for that bill's colleagues. I just read through the law really quick. It's a quick read. And I don't know if I missed something. I was trying to listen and read the bill. I'm sorry, the bill. It doesn't have any penalties. It just say that these public officials should not retaliate. So what if they do? What does this bill do about it if it becomes law?
I will ask Ms. Daly if she would respond to that. I'm sure there's something somewhere else in the law that takes care of that situation, but.
Ms. Daly.
Would.
Basically, the way the bill is structured, it makes retaliation a violation of the ethics law, just like all of the other provisions of the ethics law. So just like you can't accept certain gifts, the same penalties would apply for retaliation. Typically for an elected official, options include for legislators, reprimands, censure. The committee can counsel the member. The committee can make a recommendation to the appropriate presiding officer or the appropriate chamber of the House. And ultimately, for ethics violations, the either chamber could expel a member.
Okay, thank you. How about for members, for officials who are in the executive branch, who are not answerable to say the process that you just outlined, Ms. Taylor?
So the way the ethics law is structured for executive branch elected officials, as well as employees of all three branches of government and members of certain state boards and commissions, they're under the jurisdiction of the State Ethics Commission. The State Ethics Commission has the authority to reprimand people, to censure people. They can recommend that someone's salary be withheld. They can go to court and seek some sort of order.
Okay,
and again, it's going to be just like any other violations of the ethics law, including the enforcement process.
Okay, so another follow-up question, please, Mr. Chairman. Who appoints those commission members? How are they appointed?
So the Ethics Commission has 5 members.
Mm-hmm.
They serve staggered terms. The governor appoints 3 individuals. One is of the opposite major political party. The speaker has an appointment and the president of the Senate has an appointment.
Okay, so it's pretty balanced. So it's not stacked towards any one branch. So more likely a little, I guess, fairness in that commission.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Christian Giannakis Is she or he with us in opposition? They're the only person signed up in opposition. Seeing not, that concludes the hearing on Senator Edwards' bill. Thank you for your patience, Senator Edwards, and for joining us. Ms. Dale,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
pleasure. Ms. Lord, thank you very much. Okay, Senator Lamb, should we go to Senator Wallstreicher, or are you being called to another committee?
So Senator Lamb went on to JPR. Senator,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
so we're trying to get Senator Wallstreicher now.
Okay. For those people following us, the senators on the committee frequently have bills in another committee where they have to go and testify. So we sometimes have to juggle the order. One of the responsibilities we all have is multitasking, of taking care of our Senate responsibilities in our committee, as well as our broader responsibilities in terms of legislation we might be introducing. So we're going to have to go out of order a little bit.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I do see Senator Lamb here. I don't know if that.
No, he's on with JPR.
Oh, I didn't know you could do two. Gotcha.
Well, however he is.
Technical.
Yeah. Senator Simonaire, let's go to you, if you don't mind. Senate Bill 296, and then we'll go to either Senator Wallstreicher or back to Senator Lamb. So we're going to 296. We have Senator Simonaire, followed by Mr. Demarinis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a familiar chorus here that this passed unanimously in the Senate. Ways and Means did not schedule any hearings in the House due to the shortened session. So this is a very simple bill. We already thought it was in law, but it's not. It's basically the same thing that they have protections for the federal donations. It's to protect the privacy of contributors who supply their name, address, and occupation, among other things. So what this bill does, two things. The person using the donor information, they can't use it for commercial purposes, directly or indirectly through publication. I've worked with the Board of Elections, specifically Jared. People's contributions and details are publicly available via reports, and we need to put in safeguards for this information. So at this point, I'll just hand it off to Jared, if you don't mind, from the Board of Elections to give more details.
Thank you, Senator. Jared Demarinis, Director of Candidacy and Campaign Finance for the Maryland State Board of Elections. The State Board of Elections supports this legislation. We've received numerous questions about the use of contributor information on campaign finance reports. And it's mostly whether, if the online information can be used by an individual for commercial solicitations by vendors. So this bill would prevent that. It's modeled after the federal legislation, as the senator mentioned, and it would just protect, it just gives a layer of protection for contributors now, knowing that their information, while it has to be publicly available online, is protected from solicitations, so that individuals or vendors can't just go down there and download millions of records and then use that for their purposes. It's a simple bill, and I thank the senator for introducing it again this year, and I hope to have a favorable response again. With that,
Senator Kagan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For Senator Simonaire or Mr. Demarinis, I sponsored a bill very similar to this in the House multiple times, and no one understood the urgency of it. One of the pieces of it at the federal level, what the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, allows is salting your lists, because how can you find out that someone has used your list unless you put Fluffy Smith rather than Joe Smith, and Fluffy is the cat. And so if there's a solicitation sent to your cat, you know that that's coming from your list. Is that permitted? Has the State Board of Elections had that conversation, or Senator Simonaire, do you have a vision of how this would be determined, identified, and prevented?
Would one of you like to speak?
I'll defer to Jared on that one.
So we haven't really thought about the salting, but I know what you're speaking of, Senator, about the salting on that list there. This would be something where we would have to work with the state prosecutor's office on how we would best determine commercial solicitations by vendors on there. I think also too now, there's much more technology on who's accessing websites and downloading major chunks of data. If you're looking at it for one purpose, it's not going to chew up a lot of the bandwidth. But if you're downloading all the information off of the system there and try to putting it into a CSV file, that's going to be able to be monitored a little bit more because of how big those files are and that would slow up the system a little bit as well. So I think that there's enforcement capabilities with the state prosecutor's office that we can discuss after its passage.
Thank you. And then Senator Simonaire, one more question. Your bill talks about commercial use. There has also been use of your opponent downloading and sending misleading and denigrating information to your supporters, your donors, or other causes or candidates using your list. Is that something that you would envision, or you like it narrow just for commercial solicitation?
Yeah, at this point, I wanted to keep it with commercials, keep it modeled after the federal law.
The federal law totally includes all of that, actually. But okay, well, we can talk offline.
That could be a bill for you next year.
There you go. It can be a Kagan-Simonaire bill.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Senator Chair, Vice Chairwoman Kagan. Okay, that completes the hearing on that legislation. I think we have two senators in the waiting room, Senator Waldstreicher and Senator Kramer. Senator Waldstreicher, are you with us?
I am here.
And he has very few witnesses, Senator Kramer, so if you would be patient and if you have time to hang, that would be great. We're going to move to Senate Bill 10, election law, polling sites, firearm prohibitions. Start off with Senator Waldstreicher from Montgomery County. Then we'll have Tim Carey will be his lead witness. And then we'll hear one opponent, Mark Pennick. Senator Waldstreicher, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my testimony will be brief as well. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, everyone should be able to vote free from fear or intimidation. That's especially true in these polarizing times. This bill bans firearms at polling places and 100 feet from a polling place. It, of course, makes exceptions for law enforcement officers. 10 states have this law already. That includes blue states like California that are traditionally pro-gun safety. It includes red states like Texas that allow open carry and are traditionally pro-Second Amendment. I ask for a favorable report.
Well, that was very succinct and to the point. Thank you. Let's go to your lead witness, Mr. Carey.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Well, thank you, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee for your time today. My name is Tim Carey, and I'm a law and policy staff attorney at the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence. I authored CSGV's collaborative Guns Down at the Polls report ahead of the November 2020 elections to highlight how key states could prevent armed intimidation at polling places by combining existing laws with further legislative action. It is also an immense privilege to advocate for policies that strengthen the democratic principles in my home state of Maryland. The Coalition to Stop Gun Violence, for those who are not aware, is the nation's oldest gun violence prevention organization, founded in 1974. We believe that gun violence should be rare and abnormal, and we pursue this goal through policy development, advocacy, community engagement, and effective training. On behalf of my organization, I am present today to voice our firm support for Senate Bill 10. By prohibiting the presence of firearms within 100 feet of a polling place, Maryland would join a growing body of states protecting the fundamental right of its eligible citizens to freely participate in our democracy. I've already submitted written testimony on this matter, but I'd like to take my allotted time to emphasize a few key takeaways from my research. First, prohibiting firearms at polling places protects democracy. Leading up to the November elections, then President Trump called for an army of poll watchers to sniff out unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud at polling sites. Growing violent rhetoric and displays of armed intimidation, led largely by white nationalists and other extremist groups, has warranted the concern of the public, the media, and the FBI. And need I remind that less than a month ago, there was a violent insurrection at our nation's capital in response to the presidential election that Maryland had to send its own National Guard forces to help quell. The threats of violence surrounding elections are not unsubstantiated, but Maryland can take action now to nip these fears in the bud. Guns have no place in politics. In a democratic society, we exchange words and votes and not threats of harm. Even the possibility of concealed carry of weapons at polls can deter people from showing up to vote. A clear prohibition on firearms at polling places would dissuade fears of the electorate and send a clear message to all prospective voters that in Maryland, we cast our votes with ballots and not bullets. Second, the Second Amendment of the US Constitution has not been found by courts to defend the right to bear arms in public spaces. In the landmark decision of District Columbia v. Heller, the Supreme Court of the United States interpreted the core of the Second Amendment to protect the rights of law-abiding, responsible citizens to use arms in defense of hearth and home. However, the Supreme Court continued to clarify that, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. The Supreme Court also emphasized the presumptive lawfulness on prohibitions of firearms in what they considered sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings. This language can already be applied to some, but not all polling locations. And a clear prohibition on firearms in all polling locations during election days rids us of this ambiguity. Third, prohibiting firearms at polling places aligns with current Maryland law. For example, Maryland has already made it a crime to carry or possess a firearm on public school property, which many districts utilize as polling places during elections. Maryland law also criminalizes voter intimidation and can prohibit the possession of a firearm, both loaded and unloaded, within certain distances of public demonstrations. But this patchwork of laws is insufficient to meet the concerns that SB 10 is narrowly tailored to address. It can be difficult to discern the intent of someone carrying a firearm, and many responsible gun owners may not mean to strike fear into the hearts of others by carrying their gun, but consequences matter here. SB 10 only applies to polling locations and only on election days. The burden
You're going to
placed on-
start wrapping up.
Yes, and the burden placed on gun owners is minimal, while the positive benefits of promoting public safety and protecting the integrity of Maryland's elections are vast.
Thank
So
you.
thank you again for granting me the opportunity to speak.
Okay, Senator Ellis has a question for the proponents.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Welch was good for a good bill, short, to the point. Your prohibition is exempted for law enforcement officers. And so my question is, on duty or off duty or all law enforcement officers exemption?
So good question. So the bill indicates on-duty law enforcement officers.
Okay, so if they're off duty, then they fall on this law. They're not allowed to carry weapons to polling locations.
As the bill is written, that is correct.
Okay, and I really support that because, as we saw, and Mr. I think Carey mentioned, insurrection in Washington, D.C., January 6th, there were quite a few law enforcement officers off duty who showed up for that. I had a few, well, at least one in my county who's under suspension investigation. I'm not sure where that's going, but all over the country, some of these persons showed up in Washington, D.C. And I just want to say that it seems like, I know working in federal secure facilities, only folks who are authorized to say, guard that facility, allowed to have arms in that facility. And even here in Annapolis, we're told that even if you have a licensed firearm as a member, you're not allowed to carry it if you're not in law enforcement here at the Capitol. And so I really support that. And I think that's an important distinction to have in that bill, that exemption, and for us to keep that there.
And that,
Just a quick addendum.
That is concluded with an "isn't that so?"
Isn't that so? Okay.
Thank you. Very briefly, Senator Wallstricker, we have a number of people who have questions.
I get it. The bill does anticipate that officers who are going to be on duty or leaving duty are also allowed to carry their firearm.
Okay, we have Senator Simon Ayer, followed by Senator Carrozza, followed by Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Senator Wallstricker. One question I had is, it seems like that the prohibition is 100 foot from the polling place, but also on private property of the facility. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So let me just give you a scenario. People like these drop boxes and they have them in the parking lot, even when the polling's not open. Some people, especially women, might like to carry protection when they're going to a dark parking lot at a certain time. And I can give you an example. At my company where I worked several years ago, lady was working late, came out to the parking lot. She was basically kidnapped, sexually assaulted, and almost was murdered. So some people may not like that provision where you're putting it in a dark parking lot. People can't protect themselves when the poll itself is not open, but they can drop ballots off. Would you be willing to remove that part of your provision?
Yeah, the law, the structure as we have it now doesn't anticipate all the drop box that we've had it in the previous election. And so certainly we can talk to make sure that your concern is addressed.
Thank you.
Let's go to Senator Carrozza, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to ask more along the lines of maybe what prompted the bill, as far as, do we know how many instances in Maryland where someone's used a gun at a polling place?
I think Mr. Carey's probably best positioned to answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Senator. And I can say that though we may be uncertain at the instances, it's really hard to tell when people have been chilled in their right to vote, the people that have not shown up, the people that don't go. And that's one of the reasons this bill is drafted the way it is it's meant to alleviate that fear that may be preventing people from coming. And so it's, in addition to hopefully preventing the instances of armed intimidation, it's also designed to help instill confidence in the electorate that they can go to the polls without fear of seeing what they're seeing in other states or the nation's capital happening to them.
But in answer to my question, you don't have a number.
I do not have a raw number, no.
Okay, let's go to Senator Gallion, followed by Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Senator Wallstricker. My question really pertains to these private buildings. So a lot of precincts, a lot of polling places. I don't know if like VFW, some of them have precincts, but I know there are a lot of like volunteer fire companies, places like that, where you could have members sitting in a part of the building that are legally able to carry a firearm, and now they're not going to be able to do that under this?
I don't think that's anticipated or desired in the legislation, to the extent that the building is otherwise being used for a legitimate and lawful purpose, separate from the polling place. I don't imagine the intent was to ban people in those circumstances from carrying their weapons.
Okay, thank you. Because, these private buildings, when you're under the same roof and you're under the, that's a big question mark we need to have very clear. So thank you.
Let's go to Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for Mr. Carey. You used an acronym that I think most of us didn't know, CSVG or CSG, something.
Oh,
Translate that for the public.
yes, apologies. It's CSGV, and it was an abbreviation for the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence, my organization. So apologies for not clarifying ahead of time.
Appreciate that, just so we know where you're from. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you, Senator Wallstreicher.
Thank you. Let's go to the opponent. We have Mark Pennick signed up. Mr. Pennick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have written testimony. I am the president of a Maryland show issue. I commend the panel to the written testimony. I have wanted to address the
Mr. Pennick, could you speak up a little bit or move closer to your microphone?
I'm sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
So I have submitted written testimony that talks about the 100 feet because that includes private residence. And under the Supreme Court's decision in Heller, you simply may not ban the possession of firearms in private residence. The bill is overbroad. The bill also creates dozens, literally dozens of new gun-free zones in private buildings, whereas nothing like that has happened before. I have as well want to address these 10 states that have similar prohibitions. I have in the chat posted a link to those 10 states on the National Conference of State Legislatures that details the actual legislation involved in each of these 10 states, and none of them are as broad as this one. And I will give you an example. Senator Wallstreicher cited the California statute, and he's quite right. It's not a gun-friendly state. And that statute merely prohibits the possession of a person who is stationed in the immediate vicinity of or posted at a polling place. Now, California, like Maryland, restricts handgun permits to people with good cause. But California does not prohibit persons with handgun permits from carrying concealed into a polling spot. The District of Columbia merely provides that a person with a license may not go inside a polling spot. No state bans the mere possession within 100 feet of a polling site. None. So this legislation is way overbroad. Now, we don't subscribe to any sort of voter intimidation. We abhor that as well. And that can be accomplished simply by banning the open carry of firearms at the polling spot. And that would be fine. And if the bill were simply amended to provide that, we would have no objection. But this bill as written is vastly overbroad and actually basically penalizes possessions that are not only permitted by state law, but protected by the Constitution. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Question for Mr. Pennick. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Pennick, for your testimony. That concludes the hearing on Senator Wallstreicher's bill. We're going to try to get two more in before our break. We're going to go to Senator Kramer, followed by Senator McCray. Senator Kramer will be followed by Linda Cohn, who has favorable with amendments, and then the unfavorables, Annie White, Diane Waterman, Ella Ennis, and Greg Decker. Senator Kramer, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Hello, committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 29. And I won't get too bogged down into the intent and purpose of the bill because you all have heard this bill in a very similar form or another over the last couple of years. But the bill would create in Maryland a vote by mail process. The merits, pardon me, clearly to improve democracy and opportunity for all of our residents to be able to participate in democracy and cast a ballot to vote. They say that necessity is the mother of invention. Well, that adage was never more true than in the past year in our primary and general elections. Last year's version of this was my introduction of a bill that would have directed our State Board of Elections to come back to the legislature this year with a outline for best practices as to how we would transition Maryland to voting by mail. And a considerable amount of discussion last year included the fact that it could well be a hybrid model that ultimately would be adopted. Well, as we have discovered, with only 2 to 3 months to do so, our State Board of Elections for the primary election was able to design a vote by mail election that, all things considered, went exceptionally well, given that narrow window that they had. Yes, there were problems. Yes, there were mistakes. And again, given the short period of time to put it together and implement it, that's understandable. Then we had our general election, where things shifted from our residents receiving an actual ballot in the mail. They received an application for a vote by mail ballot, but it also incorporated a hybrid form of election where there were, in fact, polling places open to the public for those who chose to vote in person. And we again restored early voting. So I appreciate the committee's indulgence if I quickly walk through the bill and exactly what it does. Under the bill, when enacted, I'm an optimist, each local board will mail a vote by mail ballot to every registered voter in the state, as was done in our primary. The ballot can be returned by either US mail or other designated locations or ballot drop boxes. And under the bill, there is a requirement that they be, quote, located to be convenient to the voters of every county. They will also be able to drop them off at early voting sites and at election day polling places. The board will adopt regulations for the tabulation of the votes and to allow them to begin the tabulation prior to election day. So we don't run into the debacle of everything's piled up at one end and then there's accusations that somehow election day voting was changed because we had yet to even begin, or those jurisdictions that didn't, had yet to begin tabulating the ballots. The board will develop best practices. It was not my intent to dictate every term and every piece of how our State Board of Elections was going to implement this legislation. They are the experts, not Ben Kramer. So there is language incorporated into the bill, and it lists all of the best practice things to be considered so that the board will be able to say, fine, here's how we will implement this procedure. This is the way we will implement that procedure because it makes sense and we're the ones dealing with it. So it provides a best practices standard for implementation of this legislation. The bill provides that the polling locations will exist in a number no less than the number that we had in our general election in November. And I believe we found that we had a lot of success when the governor and our state board of election worked together to determine how were we going to provide this hybrid opportunity that allows those who want to show up at a poll, cast their vote in person, do it on election day. They have that opportunity. And this bill does not touch early voting. Everything that exists currently in statute in our early voting laws continues unmolested. I know that in the last 2 years, my good friend, Senator Gallion, raised questions about he wants to bring his daughter with him to vote in person because that is his preferred way of voting. I heard you, Senator. This bill allows that. In previous bills that I've introduced, there wasn't necessarily that opportunity. In this bill, you will absolutely be given that opportunity, and I respect it. I agreed with you when you've brought that up in prior hearings that it's a very valid concern. The bill provides that the locations for the polling sites must, quote, be geographically dispersed throughout each county to ensure convenient access for voters. This is a concern that was raised by some of our colleagues here in the Senate. When I was discussing this legislation, they said, look, we get it. We think that you've got a great bill here, but we want to make sure that it's balanced, geographically balanced, that it's not just over here that people will have access to those polls on election day, but that it be geographically balanced, and the bill specifically provides for that. There are other details in the bill that I will not get into out of respect for the committee's time.
Thank you.
I believe I have touched on those things that are of, particularly meaningful. I would also just like to say thank you to the chair of the committee for humoring me during the interim when I would call him and say, Mr. Chair, I've got this thought in my head. Can I bounce it off you? And he would humor me and listen to me. And I appreciate that. And with that, committee, I certainly welcome any questions about the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. And it wasn't humoring, it was thoughtful concerns that you raised. Let's go to the one favorable with amendment, then we'll take questions, then we'll go to the opponents. Then I would like to get one more bill in before our break, so we might have to go a little beyond 12:30. Let's go with Linda Cohn, favorable with amendments.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I am Linda Cohn. I'm here today for the League of Women Voters. The League supports elections by mail, in which all registered voters receive a ballot in the mail without having to request one in advance, and some in-person voting remains available. The League came to this position after spending more than a year studying the issue and how it's done in other states. Although many states turned to voting by mail during 2020, there are 5 states where voting by mail is the standard way of voting for all elections. Oregon was the first to go there in that direction about 20 years ago. Why did the League choose to support elections by mail? Well, there are a few reasons that stood out for us. First, elections by mail can increase voting participation. A study done in Oregon after they implemented vote by mail found that about 30% of respondents said they had voted more after the implementation of vote by mail. And about 48% of voters identified as disabled or unable to work reported voting more often. Rockville shifted to voting by mail in their mayoral election, and voting participation about doubled from 2015 to 2019. Second, states found that the cost of running elections decreased over time For example, a study done in Colorado found that all but 3 counties spent less per vote in 2014 compared to 2008. Third, none of the 5 vote by mail states have seen any increases in fraud or security concerns. They are confident in their voting procedures, and the voters in those states like the system. So it helps to get more people to vote, costs less over time, and is safe. When the league studied elections by mail in other
I'm sorry,
states.
Ms. Cohn?
Yes.
You need to get to your amendment. If you have amendments, you're right.
Yes.
on time. You've got about 30 seconds left.
Okay, I'm there. When we studied, we did learn of certain practices that were used. In particular, I would like to note that we believe it is important that if signature verification is used, it needs to include a means for voters to remedy or cure a missing or challenged signature. So voters know that is for security and not disenfranchising any voters. Signature privacy, whether through a flap, a sleeve, or other option, helps assure voters of the integrity of the vote. And of course, voter education is critical. So we support Senate Bill 29 with amendments, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no question, one question, Senator Gallion, then we'll move to the opponents. Senator Gallion, followed by Simon Air.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Kramer, for taking into account some of my concerns from previous times. But unfortunately, I because of the pandemic, couldn't take our any children this year or this past year. But also, with a limited amount of precincts open, I wouldn't have been able to take them to my home precinct anyway. So that is still a concern where, with the community spirit I talked about last year, that still holds true because with the limited precincts, I still can't go to my home precinct level fire company and vote, Now I did get to go to my alma mater, Harvard Grace High School, so it wasn't all bad. But honestly, the community aspect there and level is definitely still a very, very important thing. You talked a little bit about, kind of working through this on the fly there this past year. With your bill to mail to everybody, all the eligible voters, why not go with what we did in the general, where they said, you request that ballot, so you don't just have ballots, everywhere. Why'd you go with that alternative instead of having people just request, do the request like they did for the general? In other words, why do you want to go with the primary election format instead of the general?
And
I would say that
Senator, before you answer that,
yes.
I think Senator Gallion's question is a fundamental question that others will raise as well. So that's sort of the crux of the debate, whether the primary approach or general approach. Senator Kramer.
And I get it. Believe me, I understand. I think that having viewed both, it became quickly apparent that there was a much higher degree of confusion for voters when all they received was an application. It added a level of complexity that first just seemed like there was no reason for it, quite frankly. And the ballot being received just simplified the entire process for all of our voters in the state. They were able to complete the ballot and take it straight to a drop box to the polling place. We know what the process was, or excuse me, there was no polling place, the US mail or a drop box or a designated location. That is so streamlined and simplistic. The other process, I found that I was getting daily calls and emails saying, wait a minute, what do I have to do? And what is the process for doing it? And it was a convoluted process to get this application, fulfill all the requirements of the application, send the application back, and then get your ballot. So there was no question in my mind, having gone through the experience, that even for those, look, It was elevated among us, certain demographics of our population. I've got a large senior population, and a lot of those folks were calling me and saying, Ben, what am I supposed to do with this? And I would explain to them the process. Here's what it is this time around. And it was, well, why wasn't I just sent a ballot? And I said, I'm not in control. If it were up to me, you'd have gotten a ballot. So I think the point is simplify it, cut to the chase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Simon Ayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's nice seeing you, Senator Kramer. I was expecting to hear "Quit Polluting My Bay Act," but you want an election bill as well. Two questions. One is, I think I heard you say, and I read the bill over, there you go, quickly, that the ballots coming in would be, you'd begin tabulating them up front. So the question is, when that happens, the envelope is separated from the ballot, so you lose the identity, correct?
I don't understand what you mean, you lose.
So in other words, the
identity is
the
lost.
identity of the person. The ballot does not have the identity of the person. So when you separate the two, you can no longer match a ballot with an envelope, correct?
I am not at all sure about that, quite frankly. I will assure you that under the bill, the regulations, and it specifies adopted under subsection A of this section shall include best practices for the administration, technology, legal security of how it's done. So
Okay. So I understand that. So that leads me to my first question. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, somebody tries to commit fraud. So they see one of these ballots out in the mail. Back in the primary, there were, according to the Board of Elections, there were about 2 million unused ballots just out there somewhere. Somebody takes mine, they send it in, they start tabulating it, and they separate the ID. Then I show up on election day. I want to vote. They let me vote provisionally, but since it's already counted, they're going to have to reject mine. Have you considered that?
What I can share with you, Senator, is that I don't know whether every conceivable scenario of where there might be some opportunity for the system not to be entirely successful may occur. But what I can also share with you, and we discussed this last year at the bill hearing, the state of Oregon, which has been doing this for years, did a study a little over a year ago into whether there is any recognizable fraud or security problems in the years they've been doing this. And the response in their study was that there was 0.00000 and some figure percent of detectable fraud from their doing entirely vote by mail. So
Yeah, that brings me to my second question.
Okay, Senator Simon, we had a briefing from the State Board of Elections at the very beginning of session. And as I recall, in terms of the primary, they didn't report any fraud, but that's just the.
Yeah. And I appreciate your comment, Mr. Chairman, but if you're not looking for fraud, it's hard to find it.
Okay.
The fact of the matter is, those 2 million ballots that were out in the primary, once somebody obtains one, they sign it, they send it into the Board of Elections, there are no safeguards to verify that's the correct person. And I've heard references to these other states. Most of those mail-in ballot states have signature verification or some safeguards in process to actually look for it. In Maryland law, our election system was not designed to do that. So if you're done. So my question is, if you decide to move, the committee decided to move forward with this, would you be willing to put safeguards such as signature verification to validate that the person sending is actually the person on the ballot like the other states are doing. I believe it's 28 or 30 of them. As I had indicated, and look, the bill's going to now be in the committee's jurisdiction. The committee will have its say and impose its will, but the bill absolutely provides for the people who know. Look, I said, I don't profess to be the expert on how best to get there, but the bill does require that our state board of elections ensure that best practices for security be part of this bill. Now, if it's the committee's will to do something in that realm, so be it. If not, the state board of elections will make those determinations, and it does allow for signature verification under the terms of the bill. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes the questions for the proponents. We move to the opponents. We have Ann White, followed by Diane Waterman, followed by Ella Ennis, followed by Greg Decker. Please begin.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chairman Kagan, and distinguished members of Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 29 regarding mass mail-in voting. My name is Ann White, and I live in Anne Arundel County. First, to be very clear, the procedure of absentee ballots that Maryland has used for decades, in which a voter requests an absentee ballot signed by signed application, this works very well, and I have no issue with this at all. These applications can be verified, and verification is the key word. From my observations as an election judge in multiple elections in Maryland, Maryland does very well with planning and executing the actual voting days or early voting days. However, there are two major problem areas. First, accurate voter rosters. This is the most critical because these are not up to date. I know from personal experience that this list is not up to date and it is far from accurate. Mailing an actual ballot to this list is wasted expense and opens the door to unsecured ballots floating around for anyone to fraudulently vote. In addition, voters may be subjected to coercion, intimidation, or simply have their ballot forged. There is absolutely no chain of custody with mail-in ballots. Even sending applications to those who do not request them is opening the door to potential misuse. The most obvious danger to mail-in ballots is that they are completed and returned without any oversight or protocols followed by election officials. The second is mail delays. There is no guarantee that ballots will arrive in a timely manner through the postal system, and mail with pre-printed postage doesn't even get a time date stamp through the sorting machines. There is no way to verify the actual mailing date as timely. Most importantly, we can prevent all of these problems by simply not using mass mail-in ballots. We deserve an election system that is fair, secure, accurate, and timely. For all of these reasons, please vote against Senate Bill 29, as it will only lead to more distrust in our election system and drive voters away from engaging in the voting process. We need to do everything possible to ensure the integrity of our voting elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Let's go to Ms. Waterman.
Thank you, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chairman Kagan, and members of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs. My name is Diana Waterman, and I am president of the Maryland Federation of Republican Women, and I'm testifying today on their behalf, representing our more than 1,300 members statewide. I have submitted written testimony as well, so I'm not going to go through it point by point, as you are all quite capable of reading. Election integrity as one of our primary focus points in the Maryland Federation of Republican Women. And as all has been brought up through several of our senators, from Ann's testimony as well, our greatest concern is by mass mailing ballots to everybody that we do not have a secure chain of hanging on to something, that chain of knowing where a ballot is by doing this. Additionally, the fact that ballots will be mailed to many individuals who no longer reside in our state or reside at that address creates the potential. If not, it doesn't exist already, it does create the potential, and we don't see a reason why there is even a need to create potential opportunities for fraud, especially in areas where lots of mailings occur, post office boxes, apartment buildings, etc., that discarded ballots could be placed into the trash, as is most unwanted mail when people get it out of their boxes, and could be harvested by unscrupulous people and voted that way. There would also be no way to show that you didn't vote that way when you want to vote in person. For these reasons, that we are strongly opposed to that. Additionally, as has been pointed out, we have got a very well-working system of absentee ballots. No offense, Senator Kramer, but I don't really believe that our program and procedure for obtaining an absentee ballot is that complicated, and that many individuals would have serious trouble in trying to figure out how to get an absentee ballot. For those reasons, those discussed in my written testimony, the Maryland Federation of Republican Women strongly opposes Senate Bill 29 and asks for an unfavorable report. And at the very least,
Thank you,
if
Ms.
we can't do
Waterman.
that, signature verification, please. Thank you.
Let's go to Ms. Ennis.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Penske and the members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak to you today. In addition to the written testimony that I submitted, I would like to say that I oppose Senate Bill 29. It requires that every registered voter receive a ballot, not an application, but an actual ballot. And in Maryland, we have jurisdictions that do not clean their ballot, wait their voters list. They do not update their voters list on a regular basis. And we have a considerable number of people who move in and out of the state in a given year. You go to the Maryland Department of Planning's statistical report for 2019 in table 2B, it has a domestic migration for Maryland. And if you just take the years 2016 to 17, 2017 to 18, and 2018 to 2019, you have approximately 72,000 people who are, and this is domestic migration, not anything to do with international, who move out of the state. And so let's just say 2/3 of those people were registered voters, and they receive an actual ballot to an address they no longer live in. You could definitely affect the outcome of an election. And it seems to me that you also have to deal with the problem of, in multifamily housing communities, that there is a lot of opportunity for these ballots to be in the trash can, to be in a mailbox where the person no longer lives and would be subject to being misused and sent in invalidly. We would want to say to you that the number of polling places in 2020 were not adequate. In Calvert County, where I live, there were only 5 voting places that you could go to, and people waited for more than 2 hours to get in to vote on election day. Now, we were lucky that November was not a real cold day that day, but many times it is. We need to have all 23 of our precincts, not 5, in order for people to exercise their very important right to vote. I urge you to please give this bill an unfavorable report because it would have ballots.
Thank you.
Application.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ennis. Finally, Mr. Decker.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Greg Decker from Gaithersburg. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on Senate Bill 29. I certainly understand the need that we had this last time around to encourage and facilitate absentee voting, both here in Maryland and throughout the country. But I hope what we learned is that because the process requires a break in the custody of the ballots, and it's a labor-intensive counting process, there's the opportunity for, I guess we'll call it irregularities. Maybe more importantly, there's the opportunity for the appearance of irregularities. This results in a lack of confidence in the results of the election. I think it really it threatens our democracy. I'm very concerned about that. And then you go further and mail out ballots to everyone on the voter rolls. Now, I know all of you have done this, and I've certainly done it. I've canvassed a neighborhood with voter rolls, and there are a lot of inaccuracies. Many listed voters no longer live there. The voter rolls need to be cleaned up. With all due respect to the Board of Elections, I know their hands are tied in some ways, but the voter rolls are a problem. And that problem can become a travesty if we use these rolls to mail out ballots. Now, I know we did that with the primary, but if we were doing it in the general, I think it's very dangerous. I mean, there's a lot of ballots that are going to go out to people who are not legitimately there. They're just not there. It creates the opportunity for fraud. And maybe more importantly, it creates the appearance of an opportunity for fraud. Okay, I'm not opposed to sending out applications for an absentee ballot. I think that's appropriate. But I think sending out ballots to everybody on these voter rolls is not a good idea. I think it would significantly erode the confidence that we all need to have in the results of these elections. So I believe that mailing out ballots to all voters on the voter rolls is an extremely bad idea. So I speak very unfavorably to Senate Bill 29. I appreciate very much the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. We're going to end this hearing. One question we have from Ms. Senator Carrozza before we move on to the final bill of the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is directed to Ms. Diana Waterman. Given your leadership role at the state level, I know that I had picked up some anecdotal examples in my 3 counties, but you have in your position statewide, and given also the Senator Simoneau's point about, if you're not tracking fraud, you don't know how widespread it could be. Did you in your leadership position have just anecdotal examples across the state? And was there anyone, is your biggest concern is that the ballots are out there and there's no tracking of them?
Of course, yes. Just as you and I'm sure your fellow senators have received, of course, we received anecdotal information about people getting multiple ballots at their address. I mean, as anybody who has used walkbooks that are built upon our voter rolls, with no insult intended to our wonderful Board of Election or Jared Demarinis and his people, our voter rolls contain a lot of inaccurate information, in that you go to a home and there are multiple people living at that address who don't really live there. So yes, I've received comments from people about that. We also received comments about people not getting ballots for the same reason, that they didn't catch up with them, and then the problems with the mail, that they did not receive ballots in a timely fashion. So for all of those reasons, that is one of our big reasons why we don't think it would work, or should not be employed on a continuing basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the hearing on Senator Kramer's bill. Thank you, Senator Kramer, and the witnesses for your patience. We want to move rapidly to 3:32. We are going to have to push back our break, but we'll do it at the front end and the back end as well. Senator McCray, he'll be followed by Ms. Antoine and Mr. Ellis. Then Mr. Cooper has an amendment, and then there is no witness signed up in opposition. Welcome, Senator McCray, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Penske, just for the record that Andy Ellis isn't going to be able to make it today, just FYI. And thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I come to you on behalf of Senate Bill 332. Just to speak expeditiously, Senate Bill 332 is dealing with our for-profit mental health providers in reference to campaign contributions. And many of you may ask, why is this bill necessary? We've seen actions in our federal elections where our donations are very challenging in reference to it not being realistic for a person to be able to run for these positions without raising significant boatloads of money. We've seen this in our state elections, and some of them where House of Delegate races have cost north of $500,000 or $500,000. But the reality is that I just witnessed this in our more recent local election, 2020 in Baltimore City. The challenge was, and you'll have within my testimony, an article that was done by the Baltimore Brewer where a couple of our candidates, one had taken north of $40,000 from an organization, and they had bundled it. It's legal to do it, but the reality is that our elections in such a challenging, poor city, they usually only cost $30,000 or $40,000 to get elected. So when someone can get 6 people to donate $42,000, that's a challenge for me. That also was done for another candidate, same election, in one of our most challenging districts, where he donated over $30,000. The thing is that we're asking, because these folks, and what I did was I reached out to the State Board of Elections to say, what can we do about these types of things? They informed anyone that has a contract with the state of Maryland under Title 14, 200,000 or more already have to file a statement with the State Board of Elections when they do make campaign donations. And I just wanted to make sure that we can broaden that classification to in there, because they're indirectly getting Medicaid dollars for their services. So these are really organizations that are funded heavily by the state already from a reimbursable standpoint, that has figured out how to manipulate our elections. And we do not typically, this is not a norm in the city of Baltimore. And I'm scared that if we let this continue to happen, and if we do nothing about it, it will be a norm. And it will be more challenging for just regular people to run for office. I'm also joined by Jared Demarinis from the State Board of Elections, because he had a very important amendment in reference to Title 14 that he would like to add to Senate Bill 332.
Okay, well, let's first start with Ms. Antoine. Ms. Antoine.
Yes, for the record, Joanne Antoine of Common Cause Maryland, testifying in support of Senate Bill 332, which would extend the reporting requirements under Title 14, having them apply to these health treatment providers. You know, as Senator McCray already highlighted, public businesses being those that have contracts with state or local entities, are already required to report contributions to the state board. And we believe that these entities, these health treatment providers that have contracts as well, should function under the same manner. We know that the public deserves, or these contributions deserve the same level of scrutiny, and the public deserves to have access to this information. I would also say we know that healthcare interests, just as other special interests, will spend an overwhelming, amount of money influencing decision makers. So all this bill really aims to do is extend transparency in the government contracting process, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Charlie Cooper, then we'll hear from Mr. Demarinis, and we'll take questions because there is no opposition. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman Pinsky and members of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. And thank you, Senator McCray, for putting in this bill that can help shine light on important intervention in our campaigns. So we think that this bill gives us an opportunity to have more disclosure and more honest elections, because the entities doing public business have to report more frequently, and there would be more timely information under this bill than just under the regular reporting by the campaigns. But we would like the bill to be broadened, because we think that any similarly situated service provider ought to be included. If it were physical health, why would it be excluded? So we would like to, on page 2 in lines 10 and 11, strike substance abuse or mental health treatment provider and substitute provider of services to state subsidized clients. And this is in our written, you have our written testimony, which specifies the amendment. Obviously, if someone has a better wording, we're open to that. And so I think that there's a possibility with the bill as written to unintentionally single out a particular type of service that already is targeted for stigma by some in our society, and that we should avoid that. But also there'll just be benefits to election transparency by broadening it appropriately.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do think you should issue a favorable report with the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Damaris, the sponsor mentioned you might be suggesting an amendment.
Yes, Senator Chair. And thank you, Senator McCray, for introducing this bill here and allowing me to get the amendment. This amendment is something about the enforcement of Title 14. It's something that also the state prosecutor's office wants and supports. It's basically clarifying the civil enforcement capabilities of the state prosecutor's office. When we initially changed Title 14 enforcement to mirror Title 13 in the same manner and method of penalty of late fees for filing the reports here. There's just the state prosecutor didn't get the same sort of civil authority that it had. It just has the criminal authority. So they just want to make sure that clarifying that they have the same sort of authority to seek civil penalties for non-compliance for filers that were late or just are not compliant with the regulations here. So this it's an important enforcement tool to ensure transparency in the electoral process.
Jared, would you submit that in some way, shape, or form to Ms. Goodman?
Sure, I submitted it to the Senator McCray, and I can give it to Ms. Goodman as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's already been drafted and everything, and I believe that your staff has it, but I'll make sure Stacey Goodman gets it also.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Senator Carozza.
A very brief question, and I thank the Senate sponsor. My question is for Jared. And obviously, the senator described, this situation that looks like prompted the bill, but I was just trying to also have a better read if this has been a past area of concern as well. Trying to just see if we had the one incident, we're taking action, but has this also been a problem in the past as well?
Are you talking about contributions by business entities that are bundled by employees or by the business entities in and of themselves, or?
The concern, what prompted, as I understand it, what prompted the senator's legislation was illegal, but we didn't have the appropriate penalties in place. I guess I'm trying to just.
It was not illegal.
It was legal.
It was legal.
Okay, it was legal.
Bundled by a group that had business with the state.
Right. And I guess, is that a norm? To Jared.
I guess businesses, I'm sorry, Senator, I don't necessarily know. I guess this bill and other bills in the current law is about disclosure of said practices. So Title 14 was designed to, disclose activity by corporations and by business entities in bundling scenarios here. So this would be just an extension of that disclosure policy enacted by the General Assembly to include other businesses that do business with the state. So,
Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator McCray, for this bill. A couple questions really quick. So these folks who do this bundling, are they limited by I think was it 6,000 per cycle?
They are limited by the 6,000 per cycle, Senator.
Yeah. And so, but they don't have to disclose their contributions? I'm not following that part.
So they have the ability to donate $6,000, and they can get 6 other people to donate $6,000 also. And it should be clear that I didn't find this out. It was a gentleman by the name of Andy Ellis that just dug deep into the campaign finance reports. Once you trigger $500, you have to tell the employer. And once he sent that over to a news outlet, that's when they dug a little bit deeper, and that story started to break. So I would have never known if Andy Ellis would have not taken action and spent some time on this issue. But Senator Carozza asked the question, is this normal? Our elections, we're a district, we're a city where 1 in 4 people live in poverty. So the average income for some neighborhoods is $25,000. So our elections do not cost that much. $25,000, $30,000 is typically an election cycle in at least 12 of our 14 districts. We have 2 districts that are a little bit richer than others, and they may cost a little bit more than 100,000, but that is not a norm for at least majority, if not 80% of our councilmatic districts.
Okay, and my second quick question, why focus on these providers of those services?
Because this has never happened in our jurisdiction. The only people that I think of that may do bundling is developers. And what happens when you do this is I think that it breaks down democracy. So I saw something that directly impacted my respective legislative district. I cross over with 6 of these councilmatic districts. And I think that when regular people can no longer run for office, and I think that council elections are reachable by regular people. I think that our legislative seats are reachable by regular people. When we break down that foundation, I think that it's problematic, and we'll have controlled council, our local jurisdictions is what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, that concludes the hearing on this bill. Thank you, Senator McCray and the witnesses. Thank you all. That concludes that hearing. Committee, it is now 10:02, and also people following who might be testifying on a subsequent bill. We will reconvene at 2 o'clock. So you've got a little over an hour. I'm sorry, you've got to rejigger your schedules, but we'll reconvene for the final 5 bills at 2 o'clock. We're adjourned. We'll be starting in about 1 moment. I'm waiting on 1 or 2 more members. Okay, I want to welcome everyone to the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee, their afternoon session, our second one of the day. We have 5 bills that will be heard this afternoon. We will take them to conclusion. The policy is the sponsor of the bill will speak first, followed by the lead witness who has up to 5 minutes. They do not have to use all 5 minutes. Then subsequent testimony can go up to 2.5 minutes. Then we'll take questions, and then we'll move the unfavorable opposition who have signed up for oral testimony, let them go, and then take questions, and we will proceed in that way. We're going to take Senator Sidner, Senate Bill 55, and then we're going to go to Senator Lamb has 2 bills. I believe he has 2 bills. No, 1 bill. Then we'll go to Senator Lamb, and then in all likelihood, we'll do Senator West, Senator Elfreth, and Senator Kagan. Senator Sidnor will be followed by Frank Boston, who will then be followed by Lauren Wyatt. And there's no opposition, oral or written, in the bill file. So with that, Senator Sidnor, welcome to EHE. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs. Senate Bill 55 was a bill that we presented last session, but given the brevity of the session, I believe your committee did not have an opportunity to act on it. What Senate Bill 55 does is it addresses an issue that came up after the Blount versus Boston decision. And what it attempts to do is to ensure that legislators like us actually live in the district and have a place of abode within the districts that we represent. Under Blount versus Boston, there was a distinction made about domicile. So the way the law currently is, you can have a domicile and that's sufficient. Now, domiciling in a district doesn't necessarily mean living there. In the case of Blount versus Boston, former Senator Clarence Blount, while representing a Baltimore City district, he lived in a Baltimore County, at a Baltimore County address. And the court found that that was fine because there was no obligation to have a place of abode. I've reached out to and had a letter of advice written to our AG's office to kind of ask about this and to kind of have a better understanding of the type of language that would be needed in order to ensure that one who represented a district had to live there. And that's where we came up with this language. I believe yesterday, the committee should have received an email with that letter of advice from the Attorney General's office. And I believe it should have been 2 documents, but one of them I found out in looking at the email that from our office, there was another letter that was misnamed. So we sent out the proper secondary letter of advice to you all this morning. That particular letter, what we did this over the interim, we reviewed last year's bill hearings, and there were, I think, 3 questions that the committee had presented. One dealing with someone who may have been deployed overseas, there being a question about the specific definition of a residence, and the third being a concern about the period of right after redistricting for someone who needed to buy a new home. I asked our Attorney General to take a look at those questions that came from this committee, and their response and AG's responses to those questions are within this letter for the committee. So really, that is what this bill is about. That's why it was brought up. As I explained to people, I believe that in order to be a good representative, you need to run over the same potholes that your constituents are running over in order to ensure that you address those same concerns that people who live and that you represent, you feel their pain. So with that, I rest and I guess turn it over to Mr. Boston. So thank you.
Okay, if you can hold, we'll hear from Mr. Boston, then we'll take questions for both you, Senator, and Mr. Boston at once.
Thank you.
Mr. Boston.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston III, and I am here representing myself and I guess my family, my late father on this bill. Strongly support it. We thank Senator Sidnor for putting it in. You know, this bill corrects the law to be what everyone actually thought the law was already. You know, basically it says that you have to live in the district you represent. You know, my father was running for Senate after spending 12 years in the House, decided to run for Senate against a longstanding incumbent. I look around the committee, I think the only one who was here at that time was the chair, Senator Pinsky. Oh yes, that's right, you were in the House, Senator Kagan. Yes, absolutely. And so he decided to run against a longstanding incumbent. We proved that at the circuit court trial, a very lengthy trial, that the senator did not live in the district, that was essentially a mail drop. But the Court of Appeals issued cert, and they grabbed the case and said, basically in the ruling, as long as you intend to live in the district, then you don't actually have to live there. And that's the Blount versus Boston decision, 351 Maryland 360, 1998. And we were devastated, extremely devastated. We feel that if you represent the district, then you should live there and share the same blood, tears, and joy and sweat that the rest of the district shares. Like Senator Sidnor said, run through the same potholes. And so in our opinion, and in many other people's opinion, it became bad law for not only in the case of you or in terms of being a senator or delegate, but it's been used wrongly in other situations. For example, with insurance, if someone really lives in Baltimore City but chooses to have a friend's address in Baltimore County across the line so that their insurance rates can be cheaper, well, all they have to do is say that they intend to live there. And based on the Blount versus Boston decision, that's all it needed. Also, you know, when it comes to schools, you know, as we know, everyone wants a good education for their kids. And in some cases, parents choose to say, use a relative's address in another county so they get to go to a better school district. And under Blount, when under Blount decision, you can simply say, I intend to live there, even though you actually live in a different county. So it has been used far beyond, I believe, what was supposed to be the specific narrow intent of dealing with legislative issues. The bill is narrow, though. It only deals with, you know, delegates and senators, but the case law was used inappropriately and has been distinguished many times. So we asked that the committee basically put in statute and clarify the law as we all understand it as to what it should be. Thank you very much. Yep.
And thank you. Let's hear from Ms. Wyatt. Lauren Wyatt, are you with us, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Please, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren Wyatt. I serve as advocacy lead for Black Girls Vote, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization committed to educating, engaging, and empowering women to activate their voice by using their vote. I would like to thank Senator Charles Sidner for sponsoring this bill and being a consistent advocate for Maryland democracy. Thank you for the opportunity to share why this is important to myself, Black Girls Vote, and the Maryland electorate. Black Girls Vote believes in using the electoral process to improve the quality of life for our families and the collective community. It is essential that elected officials be invested in the area they represent, and living in the district should be mandated. As an organization that has registered over 16,000 voters in Maryland, we hear firsthand the sentiment of constituents. Folks want a representative that understands their day-to-day, not simply because the representative is a decent human being, but because they have been exposed to the needs of the community firsthand through residency. This is the purpose of representative democracy. This bill not only establishes that an elected official must live in the district he or she will represent for 6 months preceding the election, it also helps restore the community's trust and willingness to participate in the democratic process. Lots of folks check out of elections because they are not impressed by the out-of-towner that is representing their district. To this point, this bill also creates the space for more young leaders to become involved in politics by encouraging folks with sincere and fixed ties to the community to consider a run for office. This is a nonpartisan matter and should pass with overwhelming support. Respectfully, we request a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wyatt. Okay, questions for the sponsor, Senator Hayes, or his witnesses? I see Senator Ellis. Why don't you begin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Sidner, for this bill. And I'm looking at the official government website, elections.maryland.gov, and for state offices, it has, say, for state senate, you have to be a state citizen / resident for 1 year. And it says for district resident, it says you have to be a district resident for 6 months. So I'm just kind of wondering why the bill saying, and you saying that's not true, but on the state election website, it says there's a residency requirement for a district.
Okay, if I understand the question correctly, you're asking whether or not the state's website about residency is accurate?
Well,
that I'm conflicting with it?
Correct, because I'm looking at it right now, and the state elections board website, and it has a 6 months residency for state senate, House of Delegates, circuit court judge.
So if you were to look at the opinion, it goes into the distinction between being domiciled and actually having a place. That's what the whole decision was about. So I believe, and because Mr. Boston has more intimacy or intimate knowledge of it, maybe is it all right if I punt it to you?
Yes, absolutely. So Senator, you're exactly right. That is the statute. None of that's changed. The fiscal note confirms exactly what you said. You have to live in the state for exactly a year, and you have to live in that district 6 months preceding the time that you run for office in order to qualify. And it has also the age requirements, 25 for senator, 21 for a delegate. This doesn't change any of that. That's the way it should be. This basically says you have to actually live there. You have to have you have to have resided and maintained a place of abode, meaning you have to physically have lived there, not just meet those requirements with just the subjective intent of saying, oh, I intended to live there 6 months. I intended to live in the state for a year. This says you have to fit those exact same requirements that you mentioned. Thank you. But you just can't have a mail drop there. You have to physically live there.
So you're saying that the information on the elections board website needs some asterisks next to those requirements because that residency is not actually required now under current law.
Yeah, without saying it, I think it under current law, residency is required of it at least 6 months. This bill doesn't change that. This bill doesn't change the 6 months requirements. It just changes, it enforces the definition of what living there means. That's pretty much, it says, the law says has resided in a district to which he or she has been elected to represent for 6 months preceding the election. I think this bill clarifies the word resided as to not just be intent, but, if you look at the language, has maintained a place of abode in that actual district.
Okay.
And if you look at, if I may, on page 2 of the 2019 AG's opinion, it says an inquiry into whether a member of or a candidate for the Maryland General Assembly meets the residency requirements set forth in Article 3, Section 9 must focus upon whether on the members or candidates' domicile. And again, it's this domicile piece of it that currently meets the residency. And what we're saying is it should be a place of abode to meet that residency requirement. So it's nothing wrong with the State Board of Elections website. Is that is what the state of the law is.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's how residency is interpreted under the law. It's domiciled, not abode.
Right.
Okay, this is where we need to be lawyers to understand domicile and abode and residency.
Right.
I know it's all scattered in the tax laws, but we're not talking about tax laws here. So,
Just the intent. The intent of the legislation is to clarify that you physically have to live there.
Got it. Okay, other further questions? If not, there is no opposition on file. That completes the hearing. Senator Sidner, thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Great to have you in front of the committee.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, would you like to go next?
I'm okay with waiting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then.
I'm gonna jump elsewhere. I'll be back in a few minutes. Unless you want me to go, let's see, is Joanne Antoine here? From Common Cause. Yes, Joanne is here. She's in front of her thing. My bill is so fast.
Okay.
People
Hold
always.
on.
All right.
We're going to Senate Bill 374, Senator Kagan, special session of General Assembly. We'll have Senator Kagan followed by Ms. Antoine, and they're the only witnesses. Please.
Thank you very much. I made this a very short hearing because it's a very little bill. It is a 3-sentence bill. So not 3-sentence, sorry, 3-word bill. We all know that we are precluded from raising money during session, and that's to avoid any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest. We have a loophole in Maryland law that is addressed in 7 other states, and it just says during session or special session, during a regular session or special session. There was conversation about having a special session last year. There is conversation about the likelihood of our needing to have a special session this year, this fall, in order to deal with redistricting. And I think for voter confidence, we want to make sure that we are not raising money while we are convening. That's it. I asked for only one person to testify because I don't want to take up a lot of the committee's time. So Joanne Antoine from Common Cause, happy to take any questions, but I'm not sure I can bring a simpler bill than this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, for the record, Joanne Antoine testifying in support of SB 374, which extends the existing prohibition to apply during special sessions. I'm going to try and keep it as short. All this does is, again, extends this firewall, in your roles as candidates and as elected officials. I think having this applied during special session, ensures that Marylanders feel more confident in the work that you're doing in Annapolis, and that you're working on behalf of their best interest. And, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hope we
Thank you.
set a land speed record, Mr. Chairman. For a
Thank you
speed
for
bill.
your brevity and succinctness to both of you. Questions, Senator Lamb?
Yeah, thank you. I'm supportive of this, but
Oh, you just muted.
somebody muted me.
Yeah.
I just unmuted myself again. All right. So my question is just a simple question. Have there been any prior contributions or spikes in contributions during past special sessions? Do we know if this has actually occurred? Or maybe Jared can speak to this too. I don't, either one.
That's a really good question, Senator Lamb. I can tell you that in our history, we've had 61 special sessions, which might be of interest. The most recent one was 2012. So we did not go back to 2011 or 2012 campaign reports to see if there was a spike. Jared, do you know?
Jared looks like he can't get himself unmuted.
Sure. I can't think of any spikes at that point there. I think the 2012 one was with gaming, and I know that at the end there was a little bit of a rush with contributions by gaming concerns before they were prohibited, but I can't think of like a massive spike or anything.
There was a special session, Senator Lamb, on medical malpractice. We just wouldn't want people to wonder if there were suddenly a big influx of donations from healthcare interests or advocacy groups that would be affected by it. So it's about ethics and voter confidence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted yourself.
That speed bill may have set a speed land record.
There you go.
That bill hearing. And we're going to Senator Lamb, Senate Bill 6, special election to fill a vacancy in office. Senator Lamb will be followed by Ms. Antoine and Nancy Sarong from LWV. And then we'll hear from the unfavorables. Senator Lamb, you're on.
All right, thank you. Maury, if you can bring up the slides for this bill. So this is Senate Bill 6, for the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12. And good afternoon now. And thank you to the chairman, members of the committee. Those of you who were on this committee last year probably are familiar with this bill. And this bill is to address vacancies of legislative seats in the Maryland General Assembly. You can go to the next slide. In 25 other states, state legislative vacancies are actually filled by a special election. Maryland is not one of them. When there is a new vacant seat in the Maryland House or in the Senate, those that are represented by that district do not have a say in how that vacancy is filled directly. These seats are filled by appointment from the party central committee for that county or the two counties and the former member that the former member represented. If a vacancy should occur in the early stages of an individual's term, an unelected official could be nominated to serve for years without voter input. This creates a situation where Marylanders can be represented by individuals who have not been elected for almost 4 years. In some cases, these appointments can be made with only a handful of votes, and even without some protections that might prevent deciding votes from being cast by individuals who are actually being nominated for that seat, or with making sure there's inclusion of public input. Next slide. Under Senate Bill 6, vacancies that occur at least 55 days before the primary filing deadline for a regular statewide election would require the appointment of a temporary replacement and a special election to correspond with this upcoming regularly scheduled presidential election. By holding these elections during the regularly scheduled statewide contests, we're able to reduce costs and, more importantly, maximize voter awareness and also turnout. I do want to point out, because I anticipate the opposition will probably point this out, that this is not creating a new separate special election, which I think some purists would prefer. This is really trying to come up with a compromise, which is recognizing that special elections can be very costly to run on their own, that if we can piggyback these special elections onto another existing election, which in this case would be the upcoming presidential election, we could reduce the time period that these folks are serving in an unelected capacity without incurring additional costs. If the vacancy occurs after this 55-day deadline, then the appointed individual would serve the remainder of that term. And if you can go to the next slide, please. So, I think that deadline is there because we had to draw a line at which point it would be too late to be able to process them into that upcoming election. But those who were appointed beforehand then would only serve until that point in time, at which point a new election would be run as part of the presidential election to select a new person. This bill does enjoy bipartisan support. And as you recall, Senator Huff was a co-sponsor of this last year. I believe he's still a co-sponsor this year. We appeared before this committee last year together. We've already filled vacancies for U.S. senators, the Attorney General, the Comptroller in a similar fashion. And that's following a referendum that secured 72% of the vote. In 2020, we did pass this bill last year out of the full Senate unanimously. However, it was also one of those casualties of the early adjournment of the session and therefore did not fully pass through. So, this is not to denigrate those of our colleagues who are appointed, many of whom are extremely well qualified and also do great work. But I do think it is important that we involve the public as much as possible in filling these General Assembly vacancies. And that's why I urge a favorable report on this bill. Let me close there and pass along to the other folks that are on the sponsor panel.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. And again, let me just remind people, our committee did pass it. The Senate did pass the bill last year. Okay, Ms. Antoine.
Yes, for the record again, Joanne Antoine with Common Cause Maryland, testifying in support of SB 6, which would provide voters with some voice in the process for filling legislative vacancies. Senator Lamb has already covered all aspects of the bill, so I don't want to be repetitive. I will say that I think most Marylanders agree that the existing process is flawed, right? They have they really have no role in the process at all. And even though in certain jurisdictions, I will say that central committees at least try to, host things like public forums and so forth, but it shouldn't be a handful of, political insiders, right, who are making decisions on behalf of an entire district. What we're finding is that voters are, a lot of individuals are using this process as a pipeline to the General Assembly. And, while we as an organization want to get to a point where we're removing central committees from this process altogether, I do think that this bill brought forward by Senator Lamb is a good starting point. We should provide voters with some option. I think the General Assembly also needs to send a message to voters that you all acknowledge that this isn't a great, that this isn't a great process, that you can, I'm at a loss for words, but that you all can, practice better judgment in terms of your role as elected officials in the General Assembly as well. And, I hope that you'll move forward in passing this bill again. And, I know that a lot of our partners are opposing this bill. They don't feel as though it goes far enough, and obviously as an organization, we are going to continue to work to eliminate the Central Committee from this process. But I do, again, acknowledge that we need to start somewhere. And, I think that Senator Lamb has managed to incorporate all of the feedback that we've received from legislators and that we have a good bill here. So I urge a favorable report and thank you all for your support last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Let's hear from the League of Women Voters.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Soring, testifying on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Maryland. Chairman Tinsky, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of SB 6. We believe that legislative representatives should be elected by their constituents. While the parties have nominated many excellent legislators who've served the General Assembly well, once seated, they have the power of the incumbency behind them without having had to go before the voters. So this creates an unfair advantage over other worthy candidates seeking to serve their districts. Since 1985, the League of Women Voters of Maryland has supported the use of special elections to fill vacancies in the legislature. And we supported the tie-in elections that are the same as what is in this bill because of the increased cost of holding special elections shortly after a vacancy is created in the legislature. So we strongly support SB 6, but that said, after our experience in emergency mail-in election in 2020, there is increased interest in Maryland becoming a vote-by-mail state. In fact, you heard the League of Women Voters testify in favor of vote-by-mail. If and when that ever happens, then you may want to consider doing special elections by vote-by-mail shortly after a vacancy occurs. This would cost less money and has been shown to increase voter turnout in special elections. So thank you for your time, and thank you for supporting this bill last year.
Thank you, Ms. Zoring. Question for any of the proponents, advocates before we move to the opponents. Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nancy Soring, just a quick question. The very last thing you said, and I wouldn't presume to speak on Senator Lamb's bill, and I don't know whether he even likes the idea, but you proposed the idea of if there's vote by mail and doing filling vacancies by mail. You said very shortly afterwards. Is there a number of days? I assume we still want candidates to have time to declare their candidacy, contact voters, raise money, campaign, blah, blah, blah. So
I don't have a specific day. I just meant in a shorter time frame than currently waiting till the next election.
Okay,
I was saying maybe 3 months, but yes, you want to have time to actually run a campaign. But it's just an option. I didn't propose it as an amendment because we don't have vote by mail yet, but just something to consider for the future.
very interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to move to the opponents. Let's start with Christy Demowitz.
Hi, thank you.
Followed by Mr. Gallardo.
Thank you, Chair Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, and thank you to Senator Lamb for bringing this bill. So even though we are opposed to this bill, we actually, I want to second everything that Joanne and Nancy have said because we agree with them. Where we disagree is that this bill is a needed step in the process to bringing real special elections to the state of Maryland for legislative vacancies. Currently, 25% of the House of Delegates is appointed and about 25% of the Senate and about 22% of the House of Delegates is appointed. And a third of those appointments have happened just in the last 3 years. So this process of vacancies being filled by central committees is increasing exponentially. And with that, public knowledge and awareness of this being the process is also increasing. And so opposition to this process is increasing. I recognize that this has been something that not only Senator Lamb, but also Delegate Moon have been working on for some time, and they have not been able to get traction for the stronger bill, which is what we advocate for. But there is absolutely public support for a stronger bill now. So we believe that it's not necessary to do this interim bill, which would be a constitutional amendment. It would go to voters. And it's an unnecessary step in the process. So Nancy talked about vote by mail, which is something that we absolutely support. And what we've seen in other states that use vote by mail for special elections is they give 45 to 60 days after the vacancy is announced. So it's about 15 days to apply and then 30 to 45 days to campaign before you vote. I think that might be a little bit too short, but it depends on how large the district is. And I just want to say one last thing about cost before I wrap up. The comptroller has gone on record saying that special elections are not too expensive. He said that they're, you can't put a price on democracy. Those are his words, which I agree with. And the cost is already baked into the, to the budget, to the Board of Elections. So there's really not a cost issue. with something like vote by mail, there's not a turnout issue. And honestly, we put so much responsibility on candidates for get out the vote work that the turnout issue shouldn't be a concern in these cases either. If candidates want to win, they're still going to try to get people out to the polls. So again, we agree with everything everybody else has said. We just disagree that we need this interim step of a constitutional amendment before we can reach a real solution, which abolishes central committee appointments and gives the decision of who represents them to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Demnowitz. We may put a limit on how many times we can quote the comptroller, but we appreciate your comments. Mr. Gallardo.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman Pinsky, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I too speak in opposition of this and as a member of Represent Maryland, and I speak unfavorably just because of all the talking points. It does not solve the issue of central committee appointments, and that is problematic as now 25% or more of the respective chambers are central committee appointments. This is very deceitful bill as it only aligns with the presidential election. And that is just only roughly a year at time from the midterms and this arbitrary deadline. But it would not apply to the time frame after the presidential election. And even though across the state, there are municipality elections across the state, Chairman Pinsky, University Park, College Park, and Vice Chair Kagan, Rockville, Maryland, which yes, they did do their elections entirely by mail, and it was very successful. But I've heard these claims that having a special election are just too expensive, but I'm here to say that that rhetoric undermines the Board of Elections and its functions. For my home county of Baltimore County, we're very well equipped. In 2017, the County Board of Elections purchased 35 optical scanners, and with funding from the state, another 17, so that's 52 optical scanners. And under fiscal year 2018, tablets and printers were leased and contracted, covering more than $1.6 million stored in a warehouse in Hunt Valley, protected by the Baltimore County Police, of no additional charge. And these leases will be renewed once again for fiscal year 2022 once County Executive Ajeski releases his budget. But this was all done before the 2018 midterm elections, the congressional election to fill the seat vacated by the late Elijah Cummings, and even during the 2020 presidential election during a global pandemic. I think it's safe to say that this election went pretty smoothly. But the takeaway is that the Board of Elections just needs to do their job. They need to open the warehouse. They need to take out the equipment, print the ballots, and open the polling sites. It's not a magic act. And I have also heard that having a special elections impedes on school times. It does not. Please refer to the school board calendar as it cites it as an emergency day and applies to unpredictable situations like weather, civil unrest, and even a congressional special election. It does not cost the school money, and ultimately the Board of Education can adjust a calendar if need to. Please read the state annotated code that's in my written testimony. It explains why polling sites are schools, as it's no cost, and they're just more frequent throughout the state. Let's remember one thing. It's the voters who elected you to go to Annapolis, but you win the support not just of your party, you win the opposition, you win independents, you win those not associated with parties, so why shouldn't that apply to a special election? Central committee members are meant to fill in vacancies like in Georgia with the late John Lewis and having Nikema Williams on the ballot to fill it. But ultimately, the voters got to decide that, and they will do it again in Louisiana with Lute Weltwell's vacant seat.
Okay, Mr.
So
Gallardo,
no more
you're
excuses.
gonna have to wrap up, Mr. Gallardo.
Yes, no more excuses. Cost is an issue, and I ask unfavorably in a better bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Demnowitz or Mr. Gallardo? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing on Senator Lamb's bill. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Final bills, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next bill is Senator West, Senate Bill 224. Welcome back to EHE, Senator West.
And it's a pleasure to be here. Nice to see all of you, albeit remotely. So this is Senate Bill 224, and it's a bill I feel strongly about. Since I was very young, I've always considered voting the central and fundamental act in our democracy. I've always felt that casting my vote in an election was my duty, not my legal duty, but my patriotic duty. Consistent with that principle, I've always believed that we need to make sure that every person who has the right to vote should also have the opportunity to vote. And we've done this frequently over the last several years. First of all, we eliminated no excuse absentee, or we instituted no excuse absentee ballots, eliminating the requirement that appropriate excuses be provided in order to get an absentee ballot. Then we decided to introduce early voting to make it easier for people to vote who couldn't get to the polls on election day. We also decided last year to mail absentee ballot applications to all registered voters, giving them yet a further, making it easier for them to vote. And we also introduced drop boxes, which an awful lot of people took advantage of last year because they were worried about the mails. This bill is about people who are behind bars. Of course, in Maryland, incarcerated felons are not entitled to vote. This bill does nothing to change that rule. During my first year in the House of Delegates, however, we passed legislation providing that upon their release from jail, whether due to the end of their sentence or due to their being released on probation, felons would be once again given the right to vote. All people incarcerated in Maryland are not felons. Some, approximately 9,000 people statewide, are being held pending trial. And many, approximately 15,000 people, have been convicted of misdemeanors and sentenced to jail. These incarcerated individuals have not lost their right to vote, but their situation behind bars makes it hard for them to exercise their right to vote. Senate Bill 224 provides that with respect to incarcerated felons, each parole and probation office must post a sign to the effect that individuals who are no longer incarcerated have the right to vote. Similar information must be posted on the website of the Department of Corrections. And finally, a felon being released from jail must be provided with a voter registration application and a document notifying the person that the person's voting rights have been restored. With respect to people being held in jail who are not felons, Senate Bill 224 contains several requirements. These individuals must be informed of upcoming elections and of their eligibility to vote. They must be provided with voter registration applications, with absentee ballot applications once they've registered, and with absentee ballots if they send in their absentee ballot application, all of these in a timely manner. They must be afforded a drop box where they can drop off their ballots in the incarcerated facility. And the bill contains a lot of additional logistical requirements. In Baltimore County is reporting the number of people incarcerated who are voting these days. It's the first county to do that. It's my own county. And it'd be great if the other counties in the state would follow suit, as they are required to do under this bill. There are two amendments to this bill. One is proposed by the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, and another by the Jobs Opportunities Task Force. Both of these amendments primarily deal with logistics, and the logistics are complicated. It may be that this bill is a little too complicated in terms of getting down to the weeds, logistical weeds. It also creates the position of voting rights ombudsman for incarcerated individuals and charges that person with overseeing the implementation of the bill. Frankly, the requirements of this bill are so simple, providing people with documents and putting signs up on walls, and so easily complied with, that I'm not sure why the fiscal note states that in both election years and non-election years, this bill will cost the state around $170,000 a year. Further, I'm not sure what the ombudsman will do in non-election years. So I leave it to the committee to consider those points. This is one of those cases where I just think the fiscal note is out of line, especially in non-election years when there are no elections going on. I urge the committee to give this bill a favorable report and would be pleased to take any questions. I also want to note that Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby and Aisha Braveboy from Prince George's County both wanted to testify, but because our witnesses were all set, by the time they let us know they would like to testify, we were on the glide path to land with the existing witnesses. So they're not able to personally testify, but you should know that both of them support this bill. Now we have three witnesses.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you so much. In following up what Senator West just said, former delegate, Council President Nick Mosby has submitted written testimony, which you can have access to. I do not see written testimony from Aisha Braveboy, but maybe whatever.
Maybe we'll get it.
She knows, we now know that she's, oh no, I'm incorrect. Sorry. She offered oral testimony. We do not have written testimony from her. The witnesses, and just for the record, colleagues, this was jointly referred to our committee and to the Judicial Proceedings Committee.
And
So-
I am the designee from JPR.
Excellent. I'm thinking you
What
might
this
put a
committee does
thumb on
on its
that. Okay. And I also wanted to mention for witnesses and for colleagues, there are no amendments to this bill. And witnesses, that's a hint, don't talk too long because you don't want to mess it up, right? So,
Yes, lawyers
so
rule number two.
in order, our witnesses on this bill are going to be Nicole Hansen Mundell, followed by Dana Pakowski, followed by Kiana Johnson, and wrapping up with Michaela Wiltz. So that's the order. Nicole Hansen Mundell from Out for Justice. You are first and you can have up to 5 minutes. Senator Lamb, are you good with waiting until after the proponents speak, or do you have a quick question now for Senator West? You're good with waiting. Okay, we will hold on Senator Lamb's question. Please, Ms. Hansen Mundell, thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thank you all for having me. And I just have a clarifying question. How many minutes do I have, Senator?
Yes, you have up to 5 minutes, and you do need to take all that time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Just for the record, my name is Nicole Hansen Mundell. I am the executive director of Out for Justice. And Out for Justice is a grassroots group, statewide advocacy org that takes a primary focus in educating, engaging, and empowering the formerly incarcerated and the currently incarcerated individuals around laws and policies that impact them. And so our primary focus is the legislative process and making sure that these processes help to navigate a successful reentry. We're here in support of this bill. We have been in support of this bill for a number of years, as you know, Senator. And what this bill does is it lays the foundation of how the State Board of Elections, how the Department of Corrections, and how local sheriffs and local boards of elections could operate in terms of how they engage and educate eligible voters on the inside of our prisons and jails. And these are individuals, I will remind you, who mostly are pretrial, have not been convicted of anything, right? And so as the senator stated, this bill provides some levels of accountability, some levels of process, right? We are asking that you all approve this legislation because one, it says that the State Board of Elections and the Department of Corrections must work together. And as you know, oftentimes, certain agencies don't work together. And so this bill would require them to work together to ensure a voting program, to ensure that they're getting proper education behind the walls, to ensure that there's an actual number that folks can reach out if they have any complaints behind the walls. It will ensure that the ombudsman, and I hate saying this word, it's one of the worst words that come out of my mouth, but the reason for that is because this will give level of accountability. That person would be able to go into the prisons and jails and be able to record the data and ask the questions of how mail is being distributed, how folks are being able to vote, right? And so it provides some accountability. What that person would do on an off season is what any person who works for a state agency would do on an off season, right? They will look at the numbers, they will look at the data, they'll be able to follow up, they'll be able to make recommendations as to how this thing is working, right? And so anyone who's employed by the state, even if it's in an off season, they still have a job to do, right? And this will allow them to do their job effectively. I want to also let the committee know that this legislation was actually implemented, right? And oftentimes you don't get policy that was actually battle tested, right? This was battle tested. We worked closely with the State Board of Elections as they have indicated in the 2020 report. That report showed that they partnered with Out for Justice to provide education. We helped the State Board of Elections walk through every step of the way. We developed the actual language and the information that went inside those prisons and jails. We turned over eligible lists to the state board at the time that they did not have any direction on how they were going to secure these pretrial eligible lists. We secured up to eight local jails. We sent them these lists. We got great support from the Howard County Sheriff. We actually went in the jail in the middle of a pandemic and registered and educated voters, right? We got the support of the Carroll County Sheriff, who was also very, very supportive, and even came on our live show to talk about how important it is that these local county facilities had access to the ballot. We are requesting that this is a mail-in option, right? It makes it easier. It's a safer option at this time. The drop boxes was something that we asked the state for, and they would have supported it had we had enough time, right? And so I also want you all to know that we have overwhelming support across the board. You have Common Cause, you have the national groups, you had the League of Women Voters, you had the Howard County Indivisible, you had state elected officials, you had sheriffs. I mean, this is a bill that is totally supported by the stakeholders, right? Even the State Board of Elections was in communication with us about many of these amendments, right? And so I know the State Board can't talk about either support or oppose. They're here for informational purposes, but I think the information that they will give is that they were fully a part of our amendments and fully a part of—
Mundell, I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, ma'am. And just so, you know, finally, just know that this should be the go-to legislation around jail voting. It provides every safeguard possible to make sure that we have a roadmap to how local prisons and jails, the Department of Corrections, actually does
thank you.
Thank
you so much for your testimony and for your leadership on these important issues. Next, for up to 2.5 minutes, Ms. Piekowski.
Thank you so much for having me. For the record, my name is Dana Piekowski. I'm from the Campaign Legal Center, and by training, I'm a voting rights lawyer. And a lot of my practice focuses nationally on enfranchising eligible incarcerated voters. And so I'm here to speak in support of this bill. And, you know, I'll try to keep it brief. But because I'm a lawyer, I'm going to start with the Constitution, which is that the Constitution has affirmed that these voters who are incarcerated have the right to vote. The issue is that it's just insanely difficult. If you think about the position of being incarcerated, you don't have access to information about how to vote, information about your eligibility, when elections are, basic things like stamps, writing utensils, that kind of thing. And so this bill is important because it makes sure that all of those things are provided for. I think it's also important to think about who is impacted by jail-based disenfranchisement. People who are most likely to be jailed are people of color, are low-income people, people with disabilities. And in our democracy, unfortunately, the #1 predictor of whether someone votes is whether they have access to income and access to education. And so by creating a program like this one, the state is trying to counteract that failure of democracy and engage a cross-section of voters that have been historically and consistently marginalized, and activate new voices and activate new voters. And, you know, I know that this was pointed out, but I think one of the things that's really important about this bill is that it's been done already. And so this is about not doing something new, but making sure something amazing and path-breaking that Maryland was able to do during a global pandemic is not a one-time thing, but a forever thing. And so with that said, I urge you to vote in support of the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Piekowski, for your testimony, and you came in just under the time, so that's perfect. Kiana Johnson, Life After Release. Ms. Johnson.
Hi, yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me to come testify today. My name is Kiana Johnson,
and I am the Executive Director of Life After Release, a core organizer with Black Lives Matter DC, and also the founder of Court Watch PG. And I'm just here basically to urge that you all support this bill because quite frankly, the rights, we're not asking for restoring rights here. Let's be clear. We've already have the individuals that are behind bars at the time voting season already have these rights to vote. So what we are asking in this bill is that the Board of Elections, not the Department of Corrections, we don't need the Department of Corrections to have any more responsibilities than they already do, but for the Board of Elections to be able to establish practices and a program that would allow folks who are behind the bars to be able to vote. In California and in Texas, Massachusetts, Chicago, and several other states have already been very proactive to ensure that the individuals who are incarcerated at the time of voting are allowed and have a process to be able to do so. When we look at our individuals who are in hospital and hospice, individuals who are overseas or away, they have a program and they have a way for them to vote. It's quite unfortunate and a little bit shameful that the state of Maryland does not see any value in ensuring that the Board of Elections has a program in order to have folks vote that are behind the walls. So we are asking that you pass this bill so that we have a policy and procedures to ensure that the rights that are already, that the individuals have are going to be executed properly. And it is the responsibility of the state to ensure that this is happening. And we want the lawmakers here in the state of Maryland to start to value the vote and the voices of incarcerated and formerly incarcerated individuals. I hope that we don't have to come back next year to do this bill all over again. So we urge that you all pass this bill with a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony and your leadership on these issues. So the fourth witness, Michaela Wilkes, today is your lucky day because there were a lot of people who submitted testimony and you were picked by random to be the fourth witness. You get up to 2.5 minutes. You may begin.
Awesome. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I won't be too long, but I am here. My name is Michaela Wilkes. I am the co-founder and executive director of Schools Not Jails. And I'm here to speak in support of this bill. I think that it is amazing. I think that this bill actually shows that all votes matter. I was really surprised to do a bit of jail canvassing sometime last year and to speak with people who were being released that didn't know that they had the right to vote. And so, you know, this bill proves that we can no longer disenfranchise, you know, a certain group of people. And being on this call and being on this Zoom from earlier this morning and hearing all the different legislation about votes and making sure that, you know, our democracy is legitimate, this is a bill that actually proves that. Because as stated before, we're not restoring any rights, but we are allowing people to exercise their right to vote, which hasn't been happening. And so I would just urge that you all vote to pass this on to the next steps so that we can actually prove that every single vote matters. And we have to start counting in, you know, our incarcerated population and those who were previously incarcerated. Being someone who is directly impacted, this is a bill that's very close to me. And so, yes, I would just appreciate if this would go to a vote so that we don't have to revisit this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkes. And I love the name of your organization, Schools Not Jails. So thank you too for what you do. That concludes the testimony. As I indicated, there is no opposing testimony on this bill. We do have questions from senators. Senator Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Kagan. So appreciate Senator West for bringing this forward. And I support this. I just want to make sure that we're not missing other segments of the population that may be involved, that may be in the criminal justice system as part of this bill. So there are folks that are in psychiatric units, including those that are committed involuntarily or are in psych hospitals. I just wanted to make sure that they're covered as well. So for example, if someone is being held pre-trial but happens to need psychiatric treatment, I think the bill may not capture these folks too. And just want to make sure that we're including everyone in our psychiatric hospitals. Many of them, I guess, could be there held involuntarily by the state, and therefore can't easily vote, but they have the ability to do so unless a judge finds them not competent to vote. And so just want to make sure that these folks are captured as part of the bill that you're working to improve as well.
Thank you for that, Senator Lamb. This bill specifically covers the eligible voter is defined as someone who's incarcerated in a correctional facility. And then the term correctional facility is itself defined as a facility for detaining or confining individuals that's operated by a correctional unit. And that in turn is defined by a section of the Maryland Code. I'd be honest with you, I'm not really familiar with the state psychiatric facilities. My understanding is that some people are confined to those facilities by a court, and then others are in them voluntarily, perhaps. I sort of think that that's a different bill because, as you indicated, we'd have to sort out who is psychiatrically in a difficult way and maybe should not be voting, and those who are in a psychiatric facility that should be able to vote. That's not, I guess the quick answer is that's not this bill. Maybe we need another bill. Maybe you will want to take this bill and modify it to add that, or maybe we
yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if it can be an easy modification to include those folks, because there are people who voluntarily commit themselves into psychiatric facilities too that are part of the state. And if the definition can just be expanded to include those facilities rather than just the correctional facilities, so to speak, it would seem like an easy fix, I guess. I don't know.
Senator,
Yeah, go ahead.
I just would like you to know that we are working with the Maryland Disabilities Rights group. And so they are also in support of the bill. And so if it helps, I think we could go back with the senator and go back with the delegate and surely add a caveat because also this was a part of the discussion that the coalition had at least as early as last year of how we protect those other populations. So if it's okay with Senator West, this was something that did come up. And Disabilities Rights Maryland is willing to work with us to on some language that ensures access. But I do understand what the senator is saying about it could get so complex that it would require another bill. But I think the advocates are open to it. Hopefully the senator and the delegate will be open to it. It is a very broad coalition that includes the Maryland Disabilities Rights.
Yeah, and then I certainly understand. I don't want to scramble it up or make it more complicated. If it's an easy fix, I think if you can work with DRM just to check on that to see if it can just be an amendment to the bill to make sure that this population's not missed out. Obviously, if it's more complicated than that, then maybe it's a bill for sometime later.
I agree. I think that's a good way of approaching it. If it's an easy fix, let's fix it. If it's more complicated, then maybe it should be a separate bill.
And maybe that would be a good bill for you, Senator Lamb, next year or something. But why don't you guys talk about it and we'll consult council. Senator Ellis, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator West, thank you for this bill. It's really needed. So while we're having this hearing, I'm receiving text messages from some of the activists. And let me read this, and there's a question in it. It says, so apparently the State Board of Elections did try to implement this process of getting eligible incarcerated people to be able to vote. The question came from the advocates that were on the ground cycle, which is why they wanted to speak to the challenges they witnessed. So anyone aware of the challenges? Was it, what were the challenges when the State Board tried to do this without legislation?
Dana, didn't you say that you had gone into the jails last year to try to register people? Or did I?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Senator West.
What's that?
I can't hear you.
Oh.
If you can, Senator West, you are unmuted. If you could just get a little closer to your microphone. We can.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're good, thanks.
I remember one of the witnesses talked about going into the jails last year to register people. Was that you, Kiana, or you, Dana? Which one?
That was myself.
Oh, this is Nicole. Okay. Why don't you answer this? What was it like in the jails trying to register people?
So some of the challenges during the campaign where we actually implemented this very bill in the 2020 general elections was one, and I know Kiana can speak to this in Prince George's County. We tried to go into the prisons. We tried to make contact with the PG County detention center and was not able to. However, we did see that State's Attorney Boyd was able to make some contact, and if she was here, she could speak to the actual numbers because we were not able to access that specific institution. The other challenges was the Department of Corrections, right? Department of Corrections back in September of 2020, after repeated asks of what is their plan, they put up on the website a voting plan. And we sent recommendations straight to the State Board of Elections and to the Department of Corrections saying, there is no real guidance on how you will do this. You're just saying you're going to do it, but how do we know you're going to do it? What's the accountability measures? And we still, even today, have not gotten any numbers from our point of view from the local detention center in Baltimore City that the DOC support. Early on, we got some kickback from the state board, but we were able to get their full support. The other challenges is that the access that the eligible voters had on the inside with a number. Most eligible voters had access to a 1-800 number that they can call. The folks on the inside did not, right? So we had to create our own 1-800 number and get that information in. One of the advocates, Monica Cooper, traveled the whole state of Maryland and visited every local detention center in this state because many of them were not reporting if they even received the materials of the State Board of Elections. And so we went around to every state to make sure that they, kind of knew that we were watching and that the State Board of Elections sent the materials and we were interested in some feedback. And then the other challenge
Ms. Hanson-Mundell, sorry, Ms. Hanson-Mundell, I'm gonna cut you off a little bit. I just want to remind you, there's no opposition to this bill. Your advocacy is so impressive, and those returning citizens are very lucky to have you as a spokesperson. Senator Patterson, you had raised a hand before. Do you have a question, a brief question, so we can try to move on to the final bill of the day?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a quick question for the sponsor. Senator West, I just want to understand clearly, where will the vote be counted if these while they're being incarcerated? I know current law says the last address on which that person lived. Is that still going to be the guiding principle that, who gets that vote get counted?
We may need to ask Mr. Demarinis if—
I was going to say, Mr. Demarinis is here. He can probably answer that. The bill provides for drop boxes to be placed in the incarcerated facilities. So presumably most of the people will use the drop boxes and drop their ballots in the drop boxes. So
but you got to have address on it.
But Senator West, the drop-off boxes can be anywhere. I could drop off my Rockville ballot in Harford County. So
I know. So then the question for Mr. Demarinis is, once the drop boxes are taken to, where would the votes be taken from a drop box? And how would they be assigned to precincts if they would be assigned to precincts?
Jerry,
Sure. Jared Demarinis, Director of Candidacy and Campaign Finance for the Maryland State Board of Elections. To answer your question, Senator, basically the detainees, the individuals, would be getting the ballot in which their last registered address at. I mean, and that was something that we did for the census and for everything.
Okay.
So basically it would be, that's where they were last registered at. They would be getting that ballot from them at that point.
Yeah, I thought that was current law, but I wasn't sure. Okay, that's good.
thank you for the question, Senator Patterson. I see no other questions. Give it an extra moment. Want to thank the advocates. Thanks, Senator West, for this bill and for your leadership. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 224. Thank you. The last bill of the day is with Senator Elfreth. It is a bill that we had last year, but it is very different than the bill we had last year. And she's going to explain it all to us. Senate Bill 283. Welcome back, Senator Alfred.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. I'm glad I'm not the only one wearing my camel hair today. It's good to see everybody keep that tradition strong. For the record, Senator Sarah Elfreth, representing Maryland's District 30, here to present Senate Bill 283. And the Vice Chair put it perfectly. This is a bill you've seen before, and you've seen the other components of it before in different legislation. This is something that the House sponsor and I have been working on for the last year to hear the concerns of this committee and bring you something that I think is a better policy and it's going to serve more Marylanders. So you'll recall last year, Senator Lamb, and I want to thank him for his incredible work on this, brought you this bill last year to try to address the issue of students at college campuses having access and the tools they need to participate in our process. This committee knows that as of in the 2016 election, only 48% of college students voted. That was much worse in the midterm election of 2014, where only 13% of college students voted. We know that voting is a lifelong habit, and we need to make sure that we are empowering our young people with all the tools to vote as soon as they're able and then become lifelong voters. And so the bill that you had last year and the components of it this year are really going to strengthen that. And they're not policies that have come out of nowhere. These are an amalgamation of policies and best practices from colleges across Maryland that have figured this out of how to increase voter turnout of students. So MICA in Baltimore City, University of Maryland College Park, very simple, straightforward solutions, having a student voting coordinator who can have another role within the university. So we're hoping this is not overly burdensome, but when an election comes, one point person who's responsible for ensuring that information about the election, how to vote, how to register, all of that is kind of front and center for these students and available to help these students. There is a provision in here, you saw it last year, about allowing 2 hours for students to be able to vote as an excused absence to class. This fits with the current law allowing employees of Maryland, so other adults, to take off 2 hours to vote. And I'm not sure if the committee knows this, but in my spare time from the Senate, I'm a college professor. And I experienced my students last semester really struggling, particularly with the election as it was being different from any other, but really struggling with finding out how to vote, how to cast their mail-in ballot, all of those things. And I had a student, even though we had talked for weeks leading up how to vote, still the night before hadn't received her mail-in ballot in time and was going to have to go home to Montgomery County the next day. And so I would have given an excused absence to that student, and this bill would have allowed for that. But let me be clear. We took last year's bill, heard this committee, went back to the drawing board, and I want to particularly thank Delegate Mike Griffith in the House, who really worked with Delegate Lukey, the House sponsor, to expand this to cover active duty service members. And I think this last election also saw a challenge to those service members, particularly overseas, in the timing and the US mail issue and all that. A couple of other states have led the way in easing that burden, primarily Montana and Nevada. And we've kind of picked up those best practices. So the bill is going to do two things as it comes to active duty service members. It's going to require the state board to develop a process for the electronic submission of the federal postcard application. And then second, to verify people's identity. The bill would allow the active duty service member to use their federally issued common access card to be used to sign the electronic application itself. This committee knows active duty service members might be stationed in a location that they don't have access to a printer, access to stamps, near a post office. I want to just quickly let the committee know that there is a statement from an active duty service member, Jason Spiegel, Madam Vice Chair, I believe he's your constituent in Gaithersburg, wrote just about his story about not being near a post office while serving, and how this new process would ease that burden and allow more active duty military to be able to vote. And then lastly, the bill took an idea that Senator West, who we just saw, brought to you about larger residential facilities and incorporating, ensuring local boards are working with them to place polling locations. And so instead of being prescriptive or mandating, the bill just says that the local boards should work with those larger residential living facilities, be they retirement communities, be they military bases like I have the Naval Academy in my district, or be they college campuses. And many of the boards already do this, but we're just putting it in that best practice into law and saying that they should, every couple of years when they reevaluate these polling places, should take those larger institutions into account. Lastly, this is kind of a full circle moment for me. I spoke about it on the campaign trail quite a bit, but I was actually in front of this committee maybe 13 or 14 years ago as a student. Of course, we were in the committee room, but I took the day off of class and came down and testified on Senator Rosapep's bill that was very similar to this, to make it easier for students to vote on their college campuses. I won't tell you the whole story. That might require, when it's safe to be together again, an alcoholic beverage. But the experience really did lead me to fall in love with this idea that we could all participate. If we're fortunate enough to be able to take the day off of work or the day off of class, to be able to come down or sit in your living room and Zoom in, but participate and try to make our communities better. And for me, that act at 18 or 19 created a lifelong passion for participating, and it's turned out pretty well so far. And I know we're going to hear from some young people today about their experiences voting, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. And I just wanted to make that note that this is a full circle moment. I'm so proud and privileged to present this bill, and I ask for a favorable committee report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth. The residents of District 30 are very lucky that you were inspired by Senator Rosapep's legislation all those years ago. So thank you for the bill. We have a bunch of witnesses, and as folks watching know, there will only be a maximum of 4 proponents and a maximum of 4 opponents, and we will have 4 proponents. We're going to lead off with Annie Rappaport, followed by Lauren Wyatt, then Patrick Guibeo, and I might not have gotten that right, and wrapping up with Jacqueline Slade. So Ms. Rappaport, you get up to 5 minutes. Welcome to EHE. Is Ms. Rappaport with us?
I think she had a prior engagement, and I think she won't be able to
Okay,
make it.
we
Madam
will go
Vice
to
Chair,
the
I believe
next.
she's actually in class.
Okay,
so-
that would be a prior engagement. All right, well then let's go to Lauren Wyatt from Black Girls Vote. Welcome back, Ms. Wyatt. Good to have you on this bill as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone again. I'm Lauren Wyatt, and I serve as advocacy lead for Black Girls Vote, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization committed to engaging, educating, and empowering women to activate their voice by using their vote. I would like to thank Senator Sarah Elfreth for sponsoring this bill and being a consistent advocate for Maryland democracy. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share why this is important to myself, Black Girls Vote, and the Maryland electorate. I would also like to include that as well as being advocacy lead for Black Girls Vote, I'm also a graduate student at the University of Baltimore. Black Girls Vote believes in using the electoral process to improve the quality of life for our families and the collective community. As a state, we must do more to improve youth voter participation, and this bill does exactly that. With registered voters under the age of 29 representing an increasing portion of the American electorate, the Student and Military Voter Empowerment Act targets this demographic. The bill ensures that students and military personnel have the resources and information necessary to register to vote, and is designed to increase voter participation and turnout. Maryland is home to many world-class institutions of higher education, and it is important that these students on these campuses are able to easily engage in the democratic process. As an organization that has registered over 16,000 voters in Maryland, with multiple collegiate ambassador programs on campuses in Maryland, DC, and North Carolina, the Student and Military Voter Empowerment Act would assist our voter engagement efforts by providing student voter education and organizational support, as well as providing a safer voting environment for students by placing polling locations closer to large institutions. These increased resources will allow students and military personnel to become more aware of the issues and policies that affect them directly, while establishing a habit of voting early on. Although voting is voluntary, its importance and accessibility cannot be overshadowed. Respectfully, we request a favorable report. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wyatt. You're a very good witness. Next, we've got Patrick Guibeo. Is Patrick here from the Maryland Military Coalition? Okay. So So the next witness then would be Jacqueline Slade from the League of Women Voters. Is Ms. Slade with us?
Yes.
How are you? Welcome to Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs. You have up to 2.5 minutes.
Thank you to the committee and to Senator Elfreth for sponsoring this legislation. I'm an 18-year-old and just cast my first vote in an election in this past June. I'm also a member of the League of Women Voters, which represents over 1,500 voters across Maryland and serves the entire state by distributing nonpartisan voter guides. Engaging in the election was easy for me. I simply registered when I got my learner's permit through the Motor Voters program. However, even at my high school, St. Paul's School for Girls, some of my peers know absolutely nothing about how to vote, where to register, or how old they have to be to register. For this reason, I run an initiative at my school called Vote Ed, which seeks to educate young people on voting processes and empower them to become civically engaged in our government. In the process of running this initiative, I've had students ask me questions as simple as when Election Day even was. They were completely unaware of how the process worked. I even had a staff member approach me because she did not understand the process of early voting. High schools such as mine pride themselves on educating young leaders who work for a better tomorrow. However, a high school student is more likely to have gotten a perfect score on their AP exam than to actually know how to vote. At Johns Hopkins University, the school I will be attending next year, only 44.8% of the students voted in 2018, up from 14.4% in 2014. When an increase in turnout of this kind is celebrated, it is obvious that there's a problem with the system. 100% of these students should be voting, and we should make it as easy as possible for them to have their voices heard. When I spoke about my voting initiative to my class, many of them were not aware about how our votes are even processed and counted. And admittedly, I was not aware of how the process worked until I interned at the Carroll County Board of Elections this past fall. This is why the Student and Military Voter Empowerment Act is essential. It ensures that university students have sufficient access to polling places by including them in the population of a precinct, and also requires that each college or university in Maryland have a student voting coordinator dedicated to developing a plan for their school to increase student voter registration and turnout. On behalf of Vote Ed and the League of Women Voters, I urge a favorable report.
Jacqueline, you did a great job. Thank you, and congratulations on casting your first vote. And it's so nice to see a young person in the League of Women Voters. With all due respect and affection, that's not often what we see. So thank you. I'm going to call once again on Patrick Gibao.
Madam Vice Chair, I know he had technical difficulties, but his written testimony should be in the packet.
Thank you very much, Senator Elfreth. Andrew Zirkle is here from the University System of Maryland Student Council. Welcome, Mr. Zirkle.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Andrew Zirkle. I'm chair of the USM Student Council Government Relations Committee, and I'm here in support of SB 283, provided the bill is amended to afford students the entire day off on Election Day. USMSC, which represents over 170,000 students across the state, has found that this bill has a lot of positives to offer between mandating student voting coordinators and shoring up efforts to register students. Despite this, the USMSC is committed to supporting an amendment which extends the 2 hours of excused absence provided in the bill to cover the entire school day. Although this bill as written would be a step in the right direction, we must allow more flexibility for students on Election Day to ensure maximum participation. The 2-hour voting period allowed by this bill is based on the 2 hours state employees are given to vote on Election Day. While this may initially make sense, there are many students who attend college that may be taking temporary residence hours away from their polling location. I personally know this situation is somewhat common because it's a situation I found myself in when I voted last year. In total, it took me 3 hours to travel from College Park to my polling location in Carroll County, vote, and then return to College Park. This issue of travel time makes voting an affair that lasts more than 2 hours for many students, especially those who may be attending colleges like Frostburg or Salisbury, or those who are traveling to polling places on the outskirts of the state. In addition to conflicts due to travel time, for the over 40% of college students who work, additional conflicts arise when it comes to voting on Election Day. Many students may have to deal with multiple hours of classes interlaced with multiple hours of work, making a day split between work, school, and voting logistically difficult with only 2 hours of excused absence. Whether students have to deal with long travel times, shifts at work, or other extraneous circumstances, leaving the excused absence time at only 2 hours is going to force students to choose between their education and their civic duties. If we want our higher education institutions to send a message to students that voting is important, it does not make sense for those same institutions to cause a time conflict for some would-be student voters. Although mail-in voting and early voting are both important to ensuring that students have ample opportunity to vote, young voters are also historically late deciders when it comes to voting. And additionally, they use mail-in voting and early voting at significantly lower rates than the average voter. Overall, this bill has many positives to offer, with one clear shortcoming when it comes to giving students the greatest possible opportunity to vote. I ask that the committee give this bill a favorable report with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Zirkle. I actually am going to lead off with a question, and I think mine is the only hand that's raised. Question for Mr. Zirkle. Do you envision that classes would be canceled, or just those who are providing evidence that they are voting would get an excused absence? So if someone mailed in their ballot, they would go to class. Can you just say a little more about that?
Yes, so the amendment that we're seeking is more so could be more so characterized by what you were saying in the latter, right? Like, if you have proof that you voted, right? If you got the note from the election judge, you could have as much time as you needed rather than 2 hours. Because I know for many students, you know, in College Park, they may live on the Eastern Shore, they may live in Western Maryland, they want to vote in person. It takes much longer than 2 hours. And so just the ability to get an excused absence that lasts longer than those 2 hours would certainly allow more people to feel comfortable participating without having to sort of sacrifice their educational.
And a very quick follow-up, Mr. Zirkle, would you envision that student needing to provide evidence that they actually did go and cast a ballot? To get an excused absence from the class?
Generally, yes. And from what I understand, and I may be incorrect on this, right now that's already, like, that's necessary for a student to get the 2 hours of excused absence in this bill. They have to provide proof. I'm pretty sure something from an election judge, but I'm not 100% on that. So yes, they would have to, like, indicate that they are voting, but it's the issue is just students need more than 2 hours. And so any amendment that provides that opportunity is what we're seeking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zirkle. I see no other questions for Senator Elfreth or the proponents, so we're going to shift to the opponents.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Patrick was in the waiting room and Lamourie was just kind enough to let him in.
Okay, Mr. Gibao, did I destroy your last name here, Patrick? I'm not seeing him yet.
He's muted. He's on his phone, so that might be the challenge.
Patrick?
There we go.
There
He should be able to unmute himself.
Yep, he got it. Thank you, Lamourie. Mr.
Okay.
Gibao, if you could introduce yourself and offer your testimony, you have up to 2.5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Kagan. I'm Patrick Gabal, representing the Maryland Military Coalition. You have a copy of my written testimony, so I'll just paraphrase because of the lateness of the hour. I say our organization, which represents 16 veteran service organizations, are strongly in favor of this bill. We think it would be a boon to have voting booths or polling places on military installations, and then extra added benefit would give veterans and retirees a place to go where they feel more at home with their comrades. And so therefore, I am, in speaking for the MMC, very favorable and ask for a favorable report from you. Thank you, Senator Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Gibao, and thank you for representing those who serve our nation. Are there any questions for Mr. Gibao, or when we shift to the unfavorable? I see no questions. So we will start off with Ella Ennis, testifying for herself from Port Republic, Maryland. Welcome back, Ms. Ennis.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Kagan. And members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about this bill. I oppose Senate Bill 283 both because it will be very expensive and it will add a mandate to institutions and maybe even provide cause an extra cost to local governments to provide one of these coordinators for every single campus and for every community college. And I think that my concern where we talk about only using recognized groups that would be able to participate in this voter registration and getting out the vote services. And we know that at many colleges, people who are conservative or who are Republican or pro-life are often ostracized. Their groups are not recognized. And when we have speakers who are conservative, they are disinvited. So I think that this is very worrisome that you would have this thing about recognized, and we don't know that we will have fair or equal treatment for people who are conservative versus those who are very liberal. And I think that freedom of speech is very, very important. It's been under attack, where we are having people censored if someone doesn't like their views. So I feel that this would be a very large expenditure for each college campus, and that there is no guarantee that it will be fairly administered so that everybody has an equal chance. I think that most young people register to vote in high school. I've participated many times in voter registration in the high schools, and certainly could not be easier to get a mail-in ballot than what we have had, where you just have to request the application and then you get the ballot. Everybody knows how to do that.
Okay.
So I ask you for an unfavorable report for this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Ennis, for joining us today. And Diana Waterman will complete our testimony. Ms. Waterman.
Oh, I'm in the hot seat, the last person between you and getting done.
There we go.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee for the opportunity to speak to you again a second time today. I again am president of the Maryland Federation. My name is Diana Waterman, and I am representing our more than 1,300 members from across the state. I have submitted written testimony as well, and we are testifying today asking for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 283. Not with no disrespect to any of the comments or testimony made by any of our college students, and being far from being a college student, I'll admit that, I find it difficult to see how our college students, who are some of the most technologically savvy individuals on the planet, would have trouble figuring out how to vote when they can go online and Google virtually anything and find a YouTube video or a link or something that will tell them how to do it. They run circles around most of us. So it's that, and I have trouble believing that. I could understand there being apathy among students wanting to vote, and perhaps that we need to be working on explaining to them why they need to vote, need to register to vote and vote. As Ella testified before me, most young people register to vote when they get their driver's license, as one of our previous testifiers said. She got it when she got her learner's permit. So there is plenty of opportunity at that. The one thing that I want to stress that Ella did mention on as what the primary reason that we are seeking an unfavorable report on this bill is the cost and the impact placed upon our institutions of higher learning, our colleges and universities. Currently, in the current economic situation that all of us are facing due to this coronavirus pandemic, our colleges are seeing shrinking revenues from lack of tuition and dealing with all the implementation of the coronavirus restrictions that they need to be able to continue to function. To add another financial burden on top of what they're already facing now by mandating that they have a staff member to deal with this, and then all the various metrics that are involved if they don't hit their marks for enough hits on their website, and items like that, that we just believe that this is too much great a financial burden to be placed on these institutions for a problem that we have difficulty believing exists. If you could have an unfavorable with "we like this," the voting on military bases definitely seems like it is a well-merited point. So for all of these reasons, and to let you guys be finished with your hearing today, we ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 283, please. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you all today. And
Thank you, Ms. Waterman. Thank you, Ms. Waterman. We appreciate your voice here. I know that we had your face earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry, face. I forgot to turn video on.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, I thought we saw you before.
Yes,
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm going back and forth with multiple things.
We totally understand that.
Thank you.
Have a question from Senator Croza. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'll be brief. I actually thought one of our oral witnesses was going to be from the Maryland Association of Community Colleges. and I represent Warwick Community College in my district, so I think I'll direct this to the Senate sponsor instead. In their testimony written, they point out, given the accessibility of early voting, absentee voting, and mail-in ballots in Maryland, it makes it sense to direct students towards these alternatives instead of negatively impacting their classroom participation. And, they point out the critical class time, and they have, I think, made a request for a reasonable amendment about, deleting the 2 hours excused absence. And, also in light of some other fiscal and budgetary issues that the community colleges have brought to my attention, actually earlier this morning, and hearing directly from Dr. Hoy, who's the president of Warwick Community College. I thought it was a reasonable request on the amendment, and wanted to ask the bill sponsor if she would consider that.
Well, thank you, Senator Carrozza. And I think I couldn't agree with you more that we need to invest more in our community colleges. They're the lifeblood of our communities. That's why my committee is working to increase the CADE funding formula to do just that. I spoke with MAC just last evening about their objection here, and I understand their point. I also think we all tend to bemoan a lack of civics education in this nation. We this is our lives, and politics is something that we live and breathe, but we have to appreciate that most people, the vast majority of people, do not live and breathe it the way that we do. And again, just speaking as my own experience as a college professor, again, talking to my students week after week leading up to election day, and still things happen. We make plans and God laughs. I still think that there are reasonable reasons why a student should be able to have an excused absence to exercise their fundamental right to vote. If we're going to, again, create these lifelong voters, which we all agree, regardless of party, that is for the healthiest thing for democracy, we need to instill that early. And I think it's a value statement that this committee and this General Assembly can say, that we value it so much that we will allow this 2-hour excused absence. If that's a sticking point for this committee, the student from the USMSC who spoke about the proof of voting, that might be a reasonable balance, a middle ground there of showing that you use that time, in fact, to exercise your right to vote. I think that would be, if the 2 hours is an issue for this committee, I would recommend that you think about it from that perspective and maybe add language instead of deleting the entire provision.
Thank you, Senator Elfreth. And for anyone watching at home, MAC is not a person's name. It's the Maryland Association of Community Colleges. So thank you. I see no other questions. So I think that it completes the hearing then for Senate Bill 283, and it completes our work for the day. So I want to thank colleagues for hanging in all day for a double session here. And I want to do a special thank you to Jared Demarinis from the State Board of Elections for helping provide his expertise and counsel in all things that we've considered today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow.